Wow, the drum noises. Hi, welcome in. How you're doing? Hi, Rocket. Welcome, welcome. Oh boy, I wanted to play Baldur's Gate, but then I also saw this game, which you know, I saw Kalfira play it a little bit back then. And I was like, ooh, I kind of want to try the game, and then, well, here I am. Here I am wanting to try the game out. I want to try the game out because I want to. And the game looks amazing. All the guns and everything. What's it called? Ultrakill? Yeah, Ultrakill. It's not a big game as well. I personally love the heck out of Doom Eternal. Right? I love Doom Eternal with all the sheer movement and guns ablaze and then bombs and more explosions. I love that. And all the hectic moments where there's like a bunch of shit that I need to dodge and a bunch of enemies that's trying to gang you up. Then that kind of feeling, the adrenaline, I love it. And I saw Kalfira played this game back then. It's like, ooh, I come to try this out. And she even recommended me at some point, I believe, a few of those shooter games. And I believe I wrote them down. Let me see. Yeah, there are a few. Ultrakill being one of them. Doom 2016, Doom Eternal, and also Nightmare Reaper. I haven't seen Nightmare Reaper yet, but slowly does it. Now it's Ultrakill. I want to try out Ultrakill, so here I am, right here I am. Hope you are doing good though. Give me a second. I'm just enjoying the Shadow of the Ninja music. Why am I so laggy? I didn't upload. Oh, we'll see. Oh, also today I'm very late because I actually reach home at about 12:30 or something, and then there's like a bunch of things that I need to reauthorize and everything because of what happened yesterday. It took a while. It took a while for me to fix everything. Hi, Brian. I don't know if I fixed everything, but I believe I fixed most of it. Yeah, I believe I fixed most of it. What a problem. Did you change your Discord password? I haven't changed. Do I need to change my Discord password? I haven't changed my Discord password. I did change my Hotmail password already. You would, just in case? Alright. I mean, just changing passwords, right? it shouldn't be that hard. Not to panic or anything. Better safe than sorry. Oh yeah, I get it. Don't worry. I tried to remain calm. I was having a little bit of panic, but I did not have a panic attack. Yeah, when I saw my account just going insane with all the things, going like we'll fuck you up, some shit like that. It was weird, right? It did really good. Thank you. I did try not to like make a big commotion about it. It's like, yep, give me some time. Let me sort this out real quick. Because I feel like if I were to go like me going like, oh my god, what am I supposed to do? I feel like that's gonna cause more commotion than anything. Remain calm. I try to remain calm. I think that really works. So yeah, there you go. I missed the very beginning. I was hanging out with some friends and tapped over Tia and was like, who the fuck? Yeah, it was my account. So it's because my account was the one that's typing. It can bypass all the modding tools. So there you go. That's kind of scary. That's actually very scary. So that one caused me to panic a little bit. Not gonna lie, just a little bit. But yeah, changing everything. I just saw you're playing Ultrakill. Yeah, I was mentioning I saw Kalfira like played it a little bit on her stream a few months back, I believe, and I was like, oh my god, the game looks bombastic. Ah, thank you. oh my god, it's so big. Yeah, so I saw Kafira play it and I was like, I want to try it out. The game looks so cool, all the bombastic guns and movements and everything. Boomer shooter bold. I'm getting there. because I love I love Doom Eternal. And I love the guns ablaze and explosions and more explosions and even more explosions, and when the single explosion doesn't work, more explosions. Those kind of games, right? A game where explosions fixes everything, I think I kind of like it. I think I like it a lot, so... But of course tomorrow I'll continue with the Baldur's Gate. I wanted to continue Baldur's Gate today, but I was like, oh my god, I have the funds to buy Ultrakill and without having to eat grass. I have the extra fun, you know, to buy Ultrakill. So, yeah, I'm excited. Wolfenstein. I saw your input about a Doom tree. Doom tree looks phenomenal, like you mentioned. It looks fucking great. I want to try it out. Wolfenstein, run on the same engine as Doom 2016 and Doom... Whoa! Wolfenstein, okay. Is it on Steam? Doom 3 looks fucking amazing when it came out. It looks amazing now to me with the screenshot that you shared. It looks great. I love the atmosphere on the... at least the screenshot that you shared. It's amazing. I was like, wow. It's on Steam, it's about finding and beating the shit out of... Oh, instead of demons. Same thing, basically. Yeah, same thing. Is it just Doom 3? Oh, it is, Doom 3. Doom 3, 38 ringgit. I'm not able to buy it soon. I'm not able to buy it like anytime soon. Yeah, I'm trying to save money for the year-end vacation to KL, so I cannot spend too much. But I'm excited to play this, you know, when I can. You can dual wield assault rifles. Oh god, I am so in. Why does no game allows us to dual wield guns, huh? All the games is like you have one big gun, but why not dual wield? Please save money, these games go on sale frequently. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out, it's on my wish list now. Ooh, that looks cool. Oh, I'm not even showing the screen. It's okay. I was looking at Doom 3 anyway. I was looking at Doom 3 stuff. It's like, looks cool. And I look at my OBS like, oh shit. Wolfenstein dual wield rifles. Doom 3 tries to take a much slower approach than either the first two or last two Doom games. Oh. So I guess it's kind of like the exploration, more exploration, less shooty bang bang question mark? It sounds like that one. I mean, of course it's gonna be shooty bang bang, but a lot. I'm gonna assume a little bit lesser than Doom 1, Doom 2, because Doom 1, Doom 2 is just, I'm here, I have a gun, yo. That's pretty much Doom 1 and Doom 2. It's a completely different approach than basically any other game in the series. It's entirely linear, but when the game came out, well, look at the polygon count on the enemies in the trailer. Huh. The game basically looked like this when it came out. Not enhanced! A game in 2012 looks like this? Oh, it's 2003. That's even scarier. 2000. Wait a minute. 2003. I think I was still playing SNES or NES games. God. Hi, Rocket. Game can only handle maybe a handful of enemies at a time. Yeah, that is to be expected. But it looks really good. Finding a crowd of enemies is like finding 5 dudes in one small room. Won't have huge crush to mow down? Oh, that's kinda sad. I want huge crowds. Here's what you see. I think I saw. What do you call that camera angle again? Panorama angle. I see a total 180. It's not. I don't have cone vision anymore. I have Pac-Man vision. Oh God. Help! I don't know why I'm trying to hide. I know the horizontal scan, so I can do this. I don't know what that is. Is that Anteater? Probably. But yeah, let's play some Ultrakill. I want to try Ultrakill. Anteater Bolt, help! Anteater Bolt! Oh God! Oh golly! Golly goo! Alright. Also, I hope you guys are enjoying this music because it's one of my easily top 1 NES games. Kage. Oh, Blue Shadow is under the name, yeah. Shadow of the Ninja is like number 1. The name that's more well known, Kage, is less, but I first known this game as Kage, so yeah. Doom 3 is very horror oriented. It takes until about halfway through the game before you're beating down demons the way you would in the other games. But again, much slower paced. I do enjoy a little bit of atmospheric games from time to time. You know, games with good atmosphere. It's not survival horror, but it absolutely has the skin of one and is wearing it. So clever, clever. Alright, let's close this one. I hope my PC can handle Ultrakill with all the 3D stuff that's happening. I can only hope. Let me put myself here a little bit more. Need to see my tail wagging. I can wag my tail. The tiny bit wagon. You know, sometimes I miss being 3D. And I sometimes miss being able to do all the 3D stuff while playing a game. Maybe Ultrakill is the one. I never know. I could try. Oh. What? Oh. Why? Why is it off? Nice, nice, nice. The game is a little soft, I think. I'll make it like 80%. See if it's too loud afterwards, then I can change. Yeah, it's kinda cool. I forgot to calibrate, you fool! Fool! Innovative, I kinda like this one. Done. Oh. On... What? Rough pixelated warping. Smooth, clear, easy to read. Oh, so I can have either PS or... PS1 is static? Wow! PC it is. Why am I... 'Tis I, Jimby the Cloud, soon-to-be clown at your service. Now with my intro out of the way. Hi, Jimby. Jimbo? Jumbo? Hello, Jimby. The second. Oh. Where's the first? Should I ask about the first? Also, hi, welcome in. I have not played this, but it's on my list. I'm glad I bought this. This is cool. Stress-free experience. The first was a digester. Okay. Why be clown when you can be crow? Crow's cool. Cool with it. Normal enemies and high damage. Attacks are easy to avoid, but carelessness will result in the swift death. Recommended for the first time players who have already gotten used to this game's pace and mechanics. Under construction, Brutal and Ultrakill must die? Standard it is. You? What do you mean, you? Standard it is. Control detected. I'm not gonna play using a controller. No, I'm not gonna play using a controller. Get out. Auto aim. Nah, who needs auto aim? I don't need that. There is calibration. Primary settings update. SS option available in pause menu. System option operational update. System update. I'm V1. Hell? Find a weapon? Menka. Oh, blood is. Yeah, it's full. What? Huh? Huh? What? Huh? Huh? Oh god, that is so loud. Ow. Whoa. What is this, FOV? I'm gonna vomit. Oh! Yeah, no. Oh, you can change weapon position. Okay, graphics, audio. Ooh, subtitles, yeah. One of the hardest game modes of a game where you play as someone named Dante is Dante Must Die. Isn't Dante from Devil May Cry? Or maybe another Dante. It's a hack and slash game where you die in one hit on that setting. That's... oh god. Only with some of the build engine like Shadow Warrior Blood. Duke Lasso though. I'll make it at 69 then. There we go. I swear I'm not... I swear I'm not childish. But 69 though. Why am I in hell? You think the game's too loud still? Whoa. My ears are bleeding. 45? I'm just gonna be here in case you may or may not need help. And or lore. Well, sometimes I do kinda... you know... oh my god. Wait. A little... interested in lore, but only sometimes. Yeah, that's good. Oh. Yeah. There we go. I'm so good. Left control to slide. Oh shit. Left shift to dash. Consume stamina can be performed in the air. Okay, so it is like Doom Eternal. But the slide though? Cool. Hi. Deal close range damage to douse yourself in fresh blood. This is the only way to regain health. Whoa, what? Some areas of the game shove to lower right down your throat, and that was like a zodiac puzzle. That's fair, that's fair. I don't... Oh shit, my game is running like a piece. Fresh. Hi! Hi, cheesecake. Sorry, let me calibrate something real quick. Oh my god, a rating system. Hey! Absurd? Did he say? Crunchy. Wow, I can see so good. Wow. Where's my... Oh my god, that looks so good. Also, hi cheesecake. Hope you're doing good. How's the sweet bean doing? You're the sweet bean. Also, I'm doing good. I have coffee right beside me this time. I'm ready. Baby numbers. What? I play my game in a pixel. Only one pixel is enough. Can I heal again? Oh shit, I'm so sorry. Oh god, I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Oh good. Oh god. Oh no. Baby numbers, Tiger Electronics LED watch game. I don't know what that is. Jump while near a wall to wall jump makes 3 times. Whoa, okay. In the air to ground slam. Hold for shockwave, consume stamina. The game is now, the game is now, the game is now. 40%, alright. I mean, isn't that the same? Oh my god, my ears are bleeding. Basically, they're a mid-90s game in the watch games. Secret Soul Warp, such to get the point bonus. Wow. Oh god, help. Oh, that's cool. I love stuff like this. I'm a little claustrophobic. This is giving me goosebumps. I don't like it. I thought this game is not supposed to be a horror game. Hakita Patala. Ooh, what a name. I love that. New Blood, you know you're in for some shit. You know New Blood? I don't know anything about New Blood. Gone. Fuck off! Okay, all good. Oh, I got the gun, bitch. I got the gun. Ow, fuck. I'm doing it. The everything suddenly starts, okay? Oh, okay. Alright, no more hand holding, ultra killing time. Ayo, okay. The music is going in. What is that? What's with the flash? To charge a piercing shot? And Faith, the unholy trinity. I want to play Faith as well. I want to buy it soon. Very much. Looking at Faith, I want to play it. Reminding of me between the graphics and sound effects. I'm ready. Oh! Where are you? Where are you? It says that I can parry. I'm gonna try something. I know this is stupid. Oh, I cannot? That works. B for bold, yeah. Bobo punching. Punch or protect tower with precise time. Oh, I can. That's hard. Oh, that's hard. Is there no ammo for this gun? Taking every time to reduce your maximum HP. Hard damage quite faster while playing stylishly. Stylishly? Okay. What do you mean by stylishly? It is a myth. It is a myth. Get up. We don't take those. Oh, that's fast. Do it again. I need to buy this now. It's a stylish action game. Looks like it. Ground Slam deals damage when directed. Okay. Like that? He'll not. He'll not. Thank you. What? I'm totally gonna have a lot of fun in the next 2 levels. Oh boy. What the f... What am I looking at? Oh shit. Oh, let's go. Oh, fun. Now my ad blocker so much. Woo. It's fair, it's fair. Ooh, S. A on style, I take it. No restart. Oh, Space played it. Ryuki played it, and then there's me. 5 minutes. Oh, cool. They let me see the friend rankings as well. Hmm? Locational damage. Headshot deals 2 times damage and limb shot deals 1.5. Limb shot? Marksman? Sharpshooter? Press under fire to throw a coin. Hit an airborne coin to deflect a shot into a nearest enemy weak point. Coins can be chained. What? How the fuck am I supposed to shoot a coin? But this sounds so cool though. What does this mean? Tree? All alternate fire to charge a 3 heat beam requires cooldown. At this point I'm gonna lurk. Okay, have good luck, Ryan. Oh my god. Hitting coins is much easier than it sounds. Really? Throw a coin. Airborne coin to deflect a shot into nearest enemy's weak point. To deflect. So hitting coins will guarantee a weak spot hit? Guarantee weak spot sounds really strong. I'm trying it. Oh. Cycle through equip with variations of E. Did I just shot a coin? Oh! Oh, you're right. It is a lot easier than it sounds. Because it... Yep, I lied. Oh, the hitbox is a lot bigger than I thought. Okay. Can I do like... Ooh. If you want to get a 2 for 1, shoot it when it starts going down. It starts going down? Like... The music is so high, hello. You know, sometimes I do love a bit of a... I can breakcore. Oh shit. That scared me a little bit. I got grinded. Okay, let's be careful. It's only prelude that I died already. Oh! I'm bad! How do you play this game? This game is difficult. Can I hatch? Ooh, okay. Oh, even behind me. That's why. Who is that? fuck is that? Oh! If you're not die, ground slam. But the ground is glass just now. Isn't it? Ooh. Ooh. Oh, that's sick. That's sick. Did I just run off? Oh, I need to stop doing that. Greater machine, I mean, not as worthless, but still weak. I'm weak, I don't know how to play this game. I forgot about you already. Ooh, okay. What the fuck? Oh. Oh, fuck. It's so scary. I would not like to be squished, please. Who is that? Are you friend? Whoa, he's so good. This guy gets it. I'm stuck. Oh, nice, that's it. Going down. Oh, S. Only B? Beat the secret encounter. Hey, I'm not last. That yellow yiptard. Yiptard. Tip today, dash, fully invincible, cost stamina, slide, greater distance, no invisibility. Quickly out of melee range, less control. Oh. Adorable. Oh, wow. Hi, Ixen. No ash range, so sad. It's hard. You cannot expect the first timer to get ass immediately. Hope you're doing good, Ixen. Oh. Ricochet also. So I don't need to shoot coins. I won. Yeah. Mine. So it's all just the same gun but different modifier? Evie, hi, Stinky. And well, just stressed? No. Hope everything goes well with stress. I mean, hunt the cool. Yeah, you can do that. I offer hugs. Hugs good. Oh. Oh. Wait a minute. Oh. Okay, wait a minute. This game went from 1 to 100 real quick. Boop. Oh, okay. I can see why you say it's a 10 out of 10 gun. Because it certainly is. Oh, it's a lot slower than I thought. Who are you? Don't know, don't care. Ooh. Ooh, wait, I wanna go up. Huh? You need a coin? I guess I cannot go in yet. Oh wait, am I? Oh. But the auto switch to a different revolver, you're learning. I'm doing good. I love this music though. It's great. Oh, Ixen. Can I get huggies as well? A dragon hug? Oh. Are you bad? Oh, you are bad, okay. Nuh-uh. It's... Don't try me. There we go. Right button, find explosive, hold the charge distance. Oh! Oh my god, okay. Oh! Wait, can I go back? I can, right? This is going back? Nice gun? Very nice gun. I want to shoot the wall, Oh yeah! Cool trick. What trick? Can I fire the ground and fly? Pierces weaker enemies. I wanna try it. Oh! Okay, it hurts me. Okay, let's not do that. Shoot and punch at the same and near the same time? You mean normal shoot? Huh? And near the same time, so not at the same time. What is that? You can. Okay, this game is 10 out of 10. Oh my god, stupid. This is so fucking cool. Well, I know what gun to use for the rest of the run. No fucking way. Yeah, you don't even stand a chance, don't even try. Oh. What just happened? Wait on the Ultrakill, it gets better and much worse from here? Ooh, okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Nuh-uh. Oh, I went into the trap. Yep, there we go. Nuh-uh. Jimby, thank you. Reserve your spot here. Hecc. This spot's all yours. Oh. Oh my god, yes. Pump charge. To pump a shotgun, increasing the power and decreasing accuracy for your next shot. Too many pumps will cause an explosion when fired. Wait, this is the same one. This is the same gun in the mod for Doom 2. What's the mod again? The treasure something. Yeah, the treasure mod has like this pump shotgun as well. You pump it and then you pump it again, and then it shoots explosives. I know this gun. See, I have some knowledge. some bosses such as regular enemies. When you see a yellow door, it's a boss door, okay? Oh, it's you again. You like it? Whoa, ragdoll! What? Greater Machine is dead. As a White Supreme Machine once said, skill issue. Skill issue. You love to see it. Finally, I'm not the one that's having skill issue. Ooh, nice. Oh! Oh! Kill only one enemy? Oh, whoa, space is so fast. What do you mean kill only one enemy? Oh, kill only the Greater Machine? The Swordbreaker. The Cyber Grind? Oh, no. Shotgun parries. A point-blank shotgun shot to the torso right before an enemy attacks lands will deal massive damage. Shotgun can parry? Wait a fucking minute. Oh, I can get the pump charge. Mine. Oh, yo. Oh, don't overcharge. Uh-oh. I mean, I kinda did. Oh, okay, it's all good. Sure. Ooh. Oh. Oh. You love to see it. Hi. I know you. Oh god. Oh, wow. Ow. Oh, wait. Oh, that caused an explosion. I see a door up here, yeah. Ignore the unbroke glass. I know it's tempting, but don't. Oh, you mean this one? But orb. It's okay, I got this. Hi! Alright. Mine. 200 health. Overheal can be regained with blood. Oh. Alright. I did it. Praise Doom Eternal. Oh, let's not do that. You like that? Yeah. Okay, this feels so good. Get out of here. Ah, money well spent. What can I say? Oh. Oh. You haven't put? Nice, that's it. Push tray. Ooh. Oh. I have no style. a slight uninterrupted for 15 seconds. You could punch... Oh, I can punch the coins? Okay. I found one secret. Oh. Oh. Wait a minute. Okay, so only shotgun is available to do that then. I mean, fair. Unless... Yeah, no. Unless... Any projectile weapon you can punch. Technically, I can punch the pistol, the revolver bullet then. If that's what you mean. What does this do? Oh! Okay, yeah, okay, Ah! I see. Whoa, 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 whoa. My game was slow. My game was lagging like crazy just now. Like a sword fist, bigger fist, etc. Bigger fist. Am I afraid of lava? Oh, oh, I did it! First try. Oh. Oh, am I supposed to be here? Or is it like an alternative route? I don't know. I have checkpoint, right? What is this place? Don't worry about it. I am worrying about it a little bit. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Why? Why is that a little harder than usual? Okay, there we go. What the fuck? Okay, yeah. I don't like being squished. Oh god. Okay. Yeah, let's skip that one. It's all good. Don't worry about it. All right. Okay. The abandoned hope or yeah who cut or enter here. Oh god. Who the fuck? Hi. Ow! Oh god, there's two of them. I don't know what's going on, but it's very cool. Oh my god. That's one down, I think. Woohoo! There we go, okay. Yeah, so sharpshooter is really good. Oh, I forgot it's not pumped. I almost... Okay. I almost did it. Almost. Almost. Get ready to face the first layer of hell. Oh. Don't inflict fatal damage to any enemy. What do you mean, don't inflict any fatal damage? How am I supposed to kill the boss? Some enemies make idle sounds to make them easier to track. Oh. Huh? I don't trust this. Okay. Oh, look, a fountain, make a wish. Do people make a wish in fountains? I guess it's not a thing in Malaysia, but I did see some, like, someone throwing coins into fountain and make a wish. Never seen anyone in Malaysia do that. A zero, actually. Oh, hi. Oh, with a coin! Oh. Okay. What? 3 seconds? Where's my gun? Oh, yeah, I found a secret mission. What about it? Do you like puzzles? I abhor them. Oh god. What? Oh. Huh? Okay. Okay. Ooh. The puzzle is very self-explanatory. I can always appreciate something like that. Can I overlap? Okay, I cannot overlap. Okay, so like this, and then this, go down. Doot. What? There we go, okay. Ooh, okay. Map 13 downtown in doing like 2 hours looking for a key. Don't call me out. Yes, I did. Huh? Oh god, what is this? If I can overlap, how am I supposed to get through this? Love the skybox, quite literal. Yeah. Very literal skybox. Look at that. You didn't? Oh, fuck. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I'm not trying to use all the square. I'm trying to get. Oh yeah, I'm trying to get the dots only. Yeah, let's not think about this too much. Oh, it has to be here. Okay. If I have to go in through here, or oh, but this here. That works. That's not it. Okay, here. Now up, go here, and then doot doot doot. There. Oh, there's more? Oh god. Oh no, I hate this. I cannot go through here. I can. Oh, I see what I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Red can go through here, I believe. Yeah, and then blue can go through red. My man, how many puzzles? All right, okay. So white dot. Anyone can get white dot? Okay. Okay. Go through blue, go through red. This one seems quite literal. Oh wait, this one blocks every... Oh! Ooh, conundrum, okay. That doesn't make sense. Okay. Huh? I don't think that's it. How am I supposed to get this one? Without going through here. Now, why would I want to do this? Oh, okay. Oh my god, that's so... Why? Ooh. Oh, that's jank. Oh, wait, I'm blocking all the way. Yeah, there's no way to get this one without getting blocked. Maybe leave that one? Because I feel like this one would work. Yeah. There we go. Last one. Oh my god, okay. Oh, green is very restricted. If green's very restricted, it's either out left or right. This one is 3 possible ways. This one has all the possible ways. So going for green first might be a good idea. The only way green is blocked is this. But now blue cannot move. Okay, let's not do that. Oh, red is weird. If green goes through here, can I... Oh! Oh, wait, I can... Oh! That... Now, this one is a bit of a problem. Oh. Oh, I cannot make... Oh, okay. I cannot go through 2 white boxes at the same time. A blue is stuck. Oh, oh, there we go. Oh my god, okay. Ugh. Yeah, almost got it so close. Hint for the last one, you don't need red. Oh. Oh, sorry, I didn't. I mean, I did try not to read chat when I'm doing stuff like this. I want to suffer. Failure after failure after failure after failure after failure after... Huh? The results refuse to alter again and again and again and again. My faith begins to falter. Lore? Oh, this is lore? Testament? Isn't Testament someone from Guilty Gear? I like the music though. Faith, 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 faith. I want to play faith, I want to play faith. Ah, the music. As you can see from the 2 in, you missed the secret level. A stage did mention find the secret area or beat the secret area, right? One S the witless. Oh, the puzzle hurts my brain. Oh god. My brain hurts. When replaying a level, double tap to keep open. Oh. Why? Huh. I don't think I like that. I like this. Not this. I like that. Not that. Although, isn't this hell? Ooh. Yep. Hi, Shredder. Stinky. Stinky, stinky. How you doing? Yeah, break that shit. Can I steal? Yep. The stinky. It's called the limbo layer for a reason. What's a limbo? Oh, I should mention English is not my first language, so a lot of words I don't understand, so you have to excuse me. How is the Kobo? Kobo is good. The color is wrong. Oh, okay, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to destroy your speaker like that. Oh, thank you, Shredder. Also, thank you, Brian. Sort of the place between heaven and hell. This is not that place. So you're trying to say this is not limbo? Layer of that place. Fabrication. A lie. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Oh god. Oh, the game? The game is lagging. Oh god. There's something up there? Oh my god, what's with the lag? I mean, I didn't shoot, so that's not a problem. There we go. I think that might be it. Maybe look for under the red table to put the... Oh, okay. Mine. Not sorry. No, you guys see the lag, right? It's not just me. Oh. Oh, there's another door. Why is this so hard? Oh, that works. Okay, that's a lot easier. Oh god, okay. But there's no way. There's gonna be something here. Most people have a favorite layer, and the lore, machines, sinners, and demons have one too. One machine very much likes the limbo layer. Oh god, am I the one? Don't know if I like the word limbo. Ooh. Break core with break core with piano. Unheard of. Oh. Always look behind waterfalls. The game says I need to keep changing. Stop having your brain, my thoughts mine. Nah, oh good. Of course your thought is yours. I mean your brain, I mean I'm not. Oh! You did! You're very dead. Can be attached to create traps. Nail gun. Oh. I like that. My Perry brain is coming in. Nail gun is kinda mad depending who you ask that is. Oh. I feel it's a little underwhelming just now. Mine. Oh, it's a waterfall. I remember seeing a blue. Oh, you dodge. Oh shit, okay. Oh my god, oh my god. The lag. Yo, Kobokill! It's the dragon that introduced me to this game. Beat Race Survivors. How was Vampire Survivors? I saw you were destroying everything in Vampire Survivors. How was it? Welcome. Oh, the game's gone. Don't worry about it. Hello, Kobokill. You guys did something absurd. Limit break. Oh no. What have you done? Yeah. Well, I mean, it is to be expected. The map me to hold it. Wait, why is the shadow not working? I can give you this one. And kill Dev in a in a direct fight. Without Laurel, I think. No cheese? Holy shit. You're gonna love a good old game breaking holy water. I'm glad you had fun with heckin' Vampire Survivors. Welcome in. Oh my god. I'm playing Ultrakill because I saw you play Ultrakill. Oh. Uh-oh. Not the mariachi band. I saw you play Ultrakill a few months back, I believe. And I was like, ooh. And I kinda want to try it. And here I am now. This game is fun as hell. I like the shiny. You played since I did, that's awesome. I mean, I saw you played it, I like it. Also, welcome in everyone from Raiders. I'm Tylra. A Kobokill. I play... Yeah, thanks, Rocket. Fair warning, the Ultrakill community will backseat the Jesus out of the year. I'll take that. I'll take that into consideration. It do be kind of scary. Community backseat the bejesus out of the year. True. Oh God. Well, I mean, I did say no backseating in my rule, so too much backseating, I'll just, you know. The hammer is here. The hammer, it's real. Hints I'm okay with. Yeah, hints I'm okay with. Just when I'm doing puzzles, then maybe let me suffer a little bit. Okay. Oh, I am cheating. punching bullets yet? Jimby here told me about it. It's like the shotgun, I can punch the booty. And I've been loving it ever since. I didn't expect this game to be brain core, to be honest. I'm enjoying it. I don't know if you guys can even understand what I'm saying. Nice! It ties into one of my favorite fast swaps in the game, but that invokes a weapon laser. Ah, okay. Let me punch you. Oh. Alright, easy. I'm gonna love a good old shotgun explosion. Don't look up, wing wing, nudge nudge. It's okay. Secret wise, I'll try to hunt them on my own. Don't worry about it. If I didn't find it, it's all good. Magnum opus of this game, for the record, is Prime Sectum 1. When your P rank prelude plus chapter 1, which contains one of the coolest and difficult boss battles in retro FPS. You feel like a legend when you beat it. Oh. Oh, it says that 1 minute? Okay. I'm just excited that I bought this game. It's so good. I still have the list that you told me about the game. I haven't tried out Nightmare Reaper yet, and also Doom 2016. I tried out Doom Eternal. It's heckin' great. Shoot overheat for a quick burst of high damage at the cost of a heat sink. Heat sinks recharge while not firing. I mean, sure. There's nothing much that I can... If you ever play Nightmare Reapers or any of these other games, I'd love to hang out with you on mic if you have me. But if not, that's fine too. I might be a little anxious, but I'm okay with that. Just maybe don't mind me being quiet. You know, truth is, I love like having company during my streams, but I am absolutely terrified at the same time. It's weird. Maybe I should get used to it someday. I'll slowly try to like ease myself into it. Well, try to anyway. I'm coming. Oh. A bit of a chaos doesn't hurt. Don't do it. Oh, no way. You're gonna love a good old smooth piano with breakcore. Smooth piano with breakcore. It's a word I never thought I'd utter in it. Oh. Nuh-uh. You had to? What's that clip? It's okay, I'll look at it afterwards. Permission to try a pro tip? Yeah. Why? Oh. Oh, there's fall damage. Do I have fall damage? The magnet attracts both silver and hot nails. If your aim is shaky and you're in doubt, it's a great way to lay a trap for fat damage. I do not? Okay, cool. Do I have the magnet? Is this the magnet? Oh, that's the magnet. Oh, okay. I got 3 magnets. Okay. Oh. Okay, I don't have fall damage. There has to be something up there, right? I have a feeling that this game uses my CPU a lot. Am I supposed to be here? Oh, yeah, okay. That's why I get for doubting myself. If they touch a nail bomb when it's active, they take all the damage. Likewise, the nail bomb can rupture and do AoE. Ooh. It's good damage when the audio cuts out and I can see it. Finally, magnets start to enemy. It attracts nails to the enemy. Oh, ooh, that's really good for boss fights. Even the other guns. Here, let me try it. So if I were to do. Oh, so just the nail. I mean, fair enough. I mean, nails. Don't do it. I told you don't do it. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm gonna try out this thing. Hi. What the fuck? Oh, I think I... Yeah, don't worry about it. It is to be expected. Oh, I realized the gun, the nail, it's sort of like Dragon Chaser in Gunfire Reborn. Dragon Chaser in Gunfire Reborn can attach a nail like, but it's not nail necessarily, it's a mark. You mark the enemy and then you just shoot however you want, then yeah, it would track like that. Yeah. Oh yeah. Look at how much Daka it has. Daka. Oh. Am I gonna hurt? Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, I don't take fire damage. Blood. Is that from... oh, is that inspired by Ultrakill? Because you bathe in blood to heal. That would be so clever. You know how limbo is between heaven and hell? You've seen the heaven part, now you now see the hell. Oh, that's why I'm sure. Oh, let me out. Let me out. Oh, oh my god. Okay. Sure. It's burning now. The fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Don't dodge. You wanna dodge? You wanna dodge? Here, dodge this. Yeah, cool. You can love the magnets. How do they work? I don't know. And I love it. A blue flash means an attack is unparryable. No, that's unparryable. Oh, but I love parrying. What do you mean? Hi! Explosion! Don't even try it, don't even try it. Hey, who likes nails? Nails? Nails, maybe? Nails, perhaps? How are you doing? Nails. You love to see it. Oh, look, nails. Ah. Oh. Huh? Huh? Where am I going? Oh, okay, okay. Nice. Oh, break core is back. Oh. Oh, hey! Open up! Open up! Open up! No? I mean, I thought this area would be painful, but I guess not. Coin? Spare coin, kind sir? Thank you, kind sir. I'll come back later. Oh my god, the lag. Oh! Nuh-uh. Dodge this. Make that. What the fuck? Magnets. Who likes magnets? I don't know how they work, but I like magnets. There we go. No. Oh. Serbi don't want money. Oh, that's oh yeah, the Serbi thing. The statue that came to life. I'm a slow player. I have style though. This Kobo has style. People clear in like 1 minute, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, 10. Yeah, well, welcome to me. Look, I just like to look around a lot. And I get lost a lot as well. New gun, new gun. No. Why is there no new gun? Soul orbs are the blue one, right? Gonna take in the scenery? Yeah. Were You Foolin' is a song playing. You mean this one? Oh. I know what to listen to afterwards. What a breakcore. Okay. I'm into it. What is this? Harpsichord? Split doors only requires one skull to open. If you don't seek hardship, stay indoors. One skull to open. If you don't seek, stay indoors. Breakcore, let's go. Harpsichord plus breakcore. That's a new combination. Which one first? This one. Oh, 妈妈妈！吓死我，真是我发了呢！我跟你讲。吓死人咩？真是我吐我跟你讲。Explosions and magnets. Oh god. That's a bit of a problem. Wow. Don't do it. The Serbi stood no chance for the new guns. Nail gun. Nail gun. Nail gun. Nail gun. Nail gun. Don't do it. Oh, excuse me. Oh my god. Yeah, there goes my game's frame rate. Don't do it. Don't do it. Alright, all good. Yeah, sorry about my game running in 10 FPS. I don't know why though. Should I become 2D? Oh my god. The frame rate gun. Yeah, my PC is not the strongest, so sorry about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pew. 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 I guess I fell down. A nail gun is heckin' great. Hi, how you doing? Nail gun. Nail gun. Nail gun. Nail gun. Nail gun. Oh. Hole in the ceiling, weird. I don't know. It's not like I can jump up. Eh? Yeah. Explosion. Nail gun. Nail gun. Oh yeah. Oh god, it's Serby. Oh! Nail gun! Punch. Nope. Serby, love to see him. Serby's cool. Gonna love nail gun. The frame rate gun. So it is. I think I should probably lower something. Can I make the game look like shit? I sure can. Actually, yeah, can I? Oh, I can make this I can make this into like a true PS1 experience. I'm PS1 is like, yeah, 1024, and then it's like about 360, I think. Okay, no la, no la. I'll do like a widescreen, 720p there. Yeah, let's hope this works. It looks okay to me. Get down. Yay! How you doing? Nail gun. Oh god. I cannot see shit. Nail gun. Uh oh, lava. Wow. Lava hurt. Lava hurt. Whoa! Okay. Uh-oh, lava hot. Worth. Point blank. Don't. Nail gun. That looks painful. And number one being just ahead, and about you, but being just ahead kinda cringe. And number two, trying to use credit instead of physical credit. What? Just ahead using credits, huh? Oh wait, that's just Serby. Pump, pump, boom. Pew. Nail gun. Oh, it's Serby! It's a riddle. If you make its laser hit one of the coins, you reflect it back the insta-kill. Serby DP! Hate this thing with burning passion, the blue flash enemy. I mean, not being able to parry the blue flash enemy is kinda sad. Oh, they're using flamethrowers. You like that? Point blank. Point blank. Point blank. Point blank. Yeah. Worth. Oh, too early. Do it again. There we go. Woke up yippin'. Oh my god, Serby is yippin'? Alright, here comes the frame rate gun. Frame rate. Serby! Serby! Serby, wait! Survey, wait! Ow! Let me have some blood. Let me have some blood. Where's my blood? I want blood. Oh. Nuh-uh. Nail gun, nail gun, nail gun. Yeah, try dodging that shit. Oh. Huh? Nice. We take those. Oh, space! Hi! Yeah, Ultrakill. Ever get coins? Yeah. It's a tricky one to use. There is a method to the madness though. This one, it's so hard to use. I can't even aim at the coin that's so small. One of your favorite games? I can definitely see why. It's so good. Explosion! Serby, no! Point blank. Dodge this. Oh, thanks. Oh, the frame rate. Wait a minute. So if you throw, but simply put, they follow the same trajectory as your movement. If you throw coins commit to the direction you threw them in. If you coin toss left, keep moving the aim a little higher. Oh, what? I'm sorry, I didn't see the enemy right there. I'm sorry. Oh, okay, I see. So they retain momentum. What? Oh, I found secret. I'm so good. I don't know what I did, but I'm so good. Where am I? It's a weapon to laugh out, but coins are the meme for a reason. Arguably one of the best thing in version 1 kit. Oh. You could do what I do, look straight and shoot them. That? I think that works too. The coin's cool though. If you can use it well, I'm pretty sure you can do some pretty cool things with this. Where am I? Wait, I've been here. There's blood everywhere. Oh god, I don't know where I am. I mean, I know I have bad sense of direction, but this is just something else. This one's a banger. Big banger. I don't know what I did just now. Can a song I'll fight 2 greater machines too? 60 national points? Yeah. Actually, very nice. It's not just nice, it's very nice. Did you really put the skull where it's supposed to go? This one? But isn't there like a red one as well? Oh, I need to make my own. Yeah. Alright, the van is taking over. Holy shit, car. I think it's exclamation mark gasp. Gasp. Never oh, hi! I found the skull, I found the skull. I need to make my own. There. Oh! A's for asthma, B's for breathing, C's for coughing. Oh god. breathe in. Oh, I'm gonna die. Wait a minute, nail gun. Have a nail gun. Nail gun. Nail gun. Who likes a good old nail gun? Me. Yay! What just happened? Alright, I'm ready this time. You piece! Come get some nail gun!
Yeah.
Bonk! Get the bonk! Bonk! Help! Bonk! Gun! Bonk! How you doing? Oh wait, I think sharpshooter? This one. How you doing? Yeah. 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 Nail gun. Bong. Yay! Oh god. Dark Souls. Dark Souls moment. It's just two greater machines, nothing too hard. Yeah, I mean, it's not hard. It says the kobold that dies 3 times in a row. Yeah, all good, don't worry about it. How you doing?
Yeah.
Bong, bang, bong. Bong. Woo! Wait a minute. Yeah, nail gun first. Nail gun! Yay! No, I'm getting drowned. Wait, did they just revive? Dies in Dark Souls, you yip! The heals are so hard to get. Good try. I would try my best. They dead. Look at this. This one is the one. Nail gun. Nail gun. Nail gun. Whoa. Hi, how you doing? Yeah, how you doing? Oh, help. I'm sorry, nail gun is too fun. Nail gun. Nail gun. Slide into them, shoot them, good healing. Oh, slide's a thing. Nail gun. Whoa! I believe the frame rate. Okay, wait. When the game runs like dog shit, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? In the art game. Oh my god, it's so crunchy. I think there's another thing I can do. Yeah, this one. And plus this. Oh jeez. What am I using? Why is this? Why is this a thing? Why am I looking at? How much health do I have? How much health do I have? I don't know. If you beat this, okay, good. Yeah, I'm so glad I did not beat that. But the frame rate was good though. You know what I mean? The frame rate was amazing, I have to say. Am I right or am I right? Hi, how is it? Oh, hi. Okay, let's not have the color. Yeah, okay. This is fine. I can see what's going on. I only play Ultrakill on the GBA, the way it's meant to be played. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I think the GBA could play this with gyro aim. You know what I mean? You could just like look around the GBA and then just like aim and shoot. Oh, that would be so cool. Imagine GBA has gyro aim. Oh god. No gun. Yep. Boom. I almost did it. I found the strat. I think. Just destroy the frame rate first. Okay. The habit of punching bullets is so strong it's messed out your stack. It totally did. Don't worry about it. It's all good. No one says I cannot do this, right? No one says I cannot do this. Yeah, I cheated. Health is optional. Mankind is uncertain. Health is ouchie, blood is optional. Yeah, almost true. Oh, almost. Uh-oh, huh? Somewhere in the depths of limbo, a mechanism is set in motion. Huh? No? In the depths of limbo. A big secret? A lot of thingies? Don't worry about it. When do I get a new gun? Oh, I can finally see words. Oh my god. Oh, piercer. Oh. Okay. I love the thingies. Something about this satisfying. Another one? Enemies can hurt other enemy types. With quick thinking and positioning, powerful enemies can turn into powerful weapons. Oh wait, they can infight? Oh, this game is so good. Is that boss? Oh. I guess they kinda are balls. They don't infight, but they do friendly fire. It hurts when they do it. Ah. So I can sort of juke into them firing each other. Why do you look like a... Hey, do it! Oh, what? Wow, I'm spinning. Well, how you doing? Whoa. Yay! Boom! Boom! Bam! Bam! Boom! Bam! Boom! Boom! I don't care! Pop! 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 Yeah! What just happened? Oh, is this a skull laughing? Nice coins! Yay! Damn, went to flow state for like 3 seconds. Jesus! Flow state? Okay, I mean, I like the nail gun. Get out! Things. Okay. Yeah, shoot them, shoot them. Oh god. Is this your weak point? I think that's your weak point. Oh, is that your weak point now? I think so. Uh-oh, I don't like this. Actually, I want to try. Okay, yeah. Yeah, no. Yo, let's go, Ichi. Mayo strats? What's Mayo strats? What did I do? That's a big splurt. Yeah. 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 Okay, I have to say though, coin is fun. When I know what to do with coins, oh my god. Oh, 33 minutes, don't worry about it. Nice. You better give me S style. What? Beat the secret encounter. I did it, right? The 6 minutes. A space is too fast. Under the Mayo, an Ultra Nightmare Doom Eternal player become a bit of a meme in Ultrakill's community given his sloppy blind playthrough and arguably bad takes. Oh. And I did his strat? The power. The attractor nail gun's magnet can be attracted to enemies to make a mobile target easy to hit with nails. There's no new guns. Of course, the Kobo likes the gun that throws shinies everywhere. Well, yeah. If only I can hoard it. But it generates shinies every time, so... Look at that. I got a shiny already. Right? On the topic of coins, if you move the simple direction, it makes shooting the coin way easier. Strafing is usually good with them. Simple direction, so it's just one direction. Infinite shiny. Punch him? Why can't I punch him anymore? Nope, I cannot punch coins. Why would you punch coins? You keep them. Walk back and throw the coin. Walk backwards and punch. Oh. Oh. That's a little...
Yick. Yick.
This is cooler. Oh god, this is making me want to play piano again. But man, it's been like 6 years since I last played piano. Fuck. I miss playing piano. A hobo strats. Yeah, hobo strats. Don't ask me why I did that. I am a pianist. Used to be. Only reason this song is in the game is because the dev needed some kind of boosie in the game. Boosie? Are you saying that I'm a boosie? Hmm? I'll take it. Oh, wait, no. Claire de Lune? Oh, of course, it's the name of the song. I don't know. Yabusi, let's go. Goodness, Yabusi. Kobusi, though. Can I get a dragon? The Dragusi. Dragusi. Forgive me? What'd you do? What'd you do? What'd you do? Yeah! Ow! Okay, ow. Okay, I'm sorry. Whoa. My mind is adrift with the eternal torments. Lurid vistas painted in insidious tones. Hollow walls that scream to the what the fuck? You touch walls and then they scream? I would just faint. A mocking song plays at all hours. Even the sounds of birds are fake, all reminders of my enduring damnation. Oh. So the speakers that I punch are the bird noises? Gabriel, my dearest friend, in endless penance I have waited your embrace into heaven. I have been so faithful, accepting of my fate. But to what end? What punishment is this? That I am to bear the keys to my own doom with no hope of salvation. These skulls sneer their devilish grins, voice chattering, tempting me to take the plunge deeper into hell. I won't do it. I've hidden them away amongst the furnishings, books, and the very foundations of this accursed place. Forgive me, Gabriel. I will wait your remaining text irrelevant. Don't... What do you mean irrelevant? What is this book made of? I need it. What a book. Lore cucked. Oh my god. Lore cucked. Help. Boogie. Let's play like this. Can I shoot? I cannot shoot like this. I can punch. Yeet. Oh, I know this. I know this. Every stage has one. Yeah. Oh, every stage has one. I should probably touch the checkpoint. There you go. See, I never get a table that's so long. How do you even social interact? You know, if you have this big of a dinner table, and then I've seen like only one or two person, one sitting here and then one sitting on the other side of this. What in fuck's name? What is? What a psychopath! Who made this table? One guy lived here and used that table. Oh. I mean, explains only one chair. The slab door holding a favorite gun. Waiting for some guy named Gabriel. Oh yeah, the book. I forgot what your name is. Stone Man or whatever. I don't remember. There is a lot of stone mans. Can I get this? Oh, do you need your book? Oh, Serby, yeah. There, book. Read that shit. Read it for me. Uh-huh. Oh! Oh. Nothing happens but you feel a strange satisfaction. Does that name Hank? Hey Hank, how you doing? If you find all keys, I'd like to introduce you to a little secret in this level. Oh. Hey Hank, how you doing? It's just like Mario 64. Is it wild to say that I never played Mario 64 before? One really fun secret in this level. 10 out of 10. Ooh. Well, time to explore. Nah, we don't need that. We need Hank. Sup, Hank? Whoa, Hank. It's kind of wild, but everyone's got different experiences. Fair. Since I never really owned my own Nintendo 64, I guess that's also why. My only console that I have was Nintendo Entertainment System, bootleg version. And then the next console I got was PS2. Hank. We need Hank. Oh, wait. If I can jump through a portrait... Maybe? Why is this door locked? Open up! Why not? Maybe it's something else here? What? Can I steal? Oh, wait. I need a check. Give it to Hank, give it to Hank. Oh, this is gonna take 10 years. Who's gonna tell him? Mind the spoilers? Yeah, let me suffer for a little bit, it's okay. I think she can find the skulls, I believe in her, same. Thanks, I'll try. Patience is not your strong suit. I get that. When it comes to stuff like this, I can be quite dense and maybe patient. Or persistence, I guess, is the word. There's gonna be a hidden wall somewhere. You didn't read the book? Oh, I did. Did that hint to something? Hollow walls that scream to the touch, maybe? A mocking song that plays at all hours. Is that the song? Hollow walls that screams? I mean, this is a hollow wall. So maybe this is the hollow walls part. And then... even the sound of birds are fake, so it's in like some place where I can punch the speakers. No, wait, let me read again. Do you remember Stevens? These skulls near the devilish grins, voices chattering, tempting me to take the plunge deep into hell. I hidden them away amongst the furnishings, books, and the very foundations of this accursed place. Furnishing? Books? Furnishing? Books? Is this foundation? You were very close, I was very close? Yeah. I thought I was clever. Yes, Kobokill. Hi, Jade. Jade. Oh, I am the best. Can I get a second Hank? There. No. But there isn't any furnishing in there other than the room the book was in. Maybe over there is like something. Ooh. Hope you're doing good, Jade. We're coming. Been the the fuck. Oh. That's new. Foundations. Foundations. Foundation. Foundation. Let's go as an unusually large head and houses her large brain. Ooh, it is cracked. Bonk. Uh-oh. Boom. Boom. Wow, 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 wee, wee. Was this here all the time? No way, right? I will shoot whoever you are. Do not test me, I have a gun. Don't you dare. Oh, it's just a door. All 3 skulls. Is it secret time? Something's gonna happen. Let me go get Hank. Alright, sorry Hank, I need your skull. Has a secret time? Is it like opening this door is a secret? So about the secret, see the window above the 3 blue skull pedestals? Yeah, that's breakable. That one? The music stopped. The music stopped. Yip breakable. Win yip. You could jump up there and skip the whole thing. Oh, really? Oh, you're right. It's okay, all good. I'll take the experience. This whole puzzle was a lie. I've been lied to. No new guns. Can you break that window? This one? Probably. With a punch. Oh, oh, oh. Hi. Oh. Oh. Oh yeah, oh yeah, you think we can just do that? Ow. Ooh, that was fun. The habit strikes again. The habit of punching bullet point blank is too good. Oh, you're not gonna bow again? Alright. The run. Oh, hey. Oh, I have a hand now. Cycle through equip arms with G. Making it second attempt, let's go. Oh my god, she dipped. That took me 40 minutes on my first playthrough. She dipped, what a pussy. Can I do standard or violin? Oh, I'm doing standard, I think. Recommended for first time players. I mean, I have Doom Eternal at my back, so that helps. Don't make fun. No, it's okay. How can I? Sorry. Go to bed. Oh, 1 a.m. Alright. I find the last layer. Oh, AoE. Have good bad, Jimmy. I find violin to be radically harder than standard on version 2. Ooh. What do I do with that hand? Hold it? No? It didn't... I don't know. Oh. 0 kills. S. Okay. Style. Alright. Want to start? Okay. 45 seconds. Oh my god, space strong. I will be here for every Ultrakill stream. Can't make any process for the others though. Oh good, oh good. I don't really play a lot of Ultrakill. This is my first time playing. I will still be playing a lot of Baldur's Gate until I finished it. But yeah, today is just like a little break from Baldur's Gate, so I decided to play Ultrakill. My favorite ranking, A time, S killed as AS. Who doesn't love a good old AS? Version 2 was always a weird case of I'm gonna be dormant for the next 10 seconds, but then suddenly I'll become a god and one-shot you. What? That sucks. This has been Jimmy the Clown, soon to be clown. Have good sleep. Hi again, Evie. My most hated ranking, I think you know why. Why? But ass though, who doesn't like ass? Mine's actually SSA because of my P ranking attempts and speedrunning. Affectionately refer to the combo as ass backwards. I'll cry. Enemies scream when falling from a fatal height. Yeah, I noticed. New Fingy! New Fingy! Oh. Feedbacker? Kanako Buster? Huh? Oh. Oh. I cannot punch it, no. Lego brick hand. If you hold it down, it does a projectile dispelling blast. Oh! That is cool as fuck. I still prefer... Nothing beats a good old... You know? But then this looks cool. playing a horror game? Red Fist can't parry, but it hits hard in melee. Oh, yeah, looks about right. It'll help you break your face rocket habit. No, I need face rocket. Face rocket deals big damage and I heal from it. Kinda. If it hits. Knuckle Blaster. Knocks enemies back. There it is. Lost of P. Dude. It's kind of weird how those mechanical constructs has blood. It's just me? I hope it's not just me. Nope. Ow. Take this. Boom. 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 How you doing? Hi. Okay, that's very satisfying. Whoa. Lust first. Bridge burner. Isn't lust like horny? Or am I misunderstanding? Boom! Boom! Yay! Oh, I see something. It didn't kill me immediately? Come here. Come here. Yay! And it's based as fuck? Ooh. How you doing? Hi. Hi. Oh. Hey. Nuh-uh. Yay! Whoa. Hi, how you doing? Bong, bong, bong. Whoa. There we go. More stone man. Hit dash my button by jumping during it. Oh. So. Oh wait, that's not it. Whoa! What the fuck? Okay. Wow. Okay. I like that. Do it. Boom. Hi. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Bong. 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 Nope. That doesn't work. Do it again. I want a point blank. Okay. Something else? Hi. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. No. Nuh-uh. I cannot parry that. Ow! Ah, there it is. That's how you're supposed to do it. Did I just miss? Oh. Oh. The satisfaction. Hi. Nuh-uh. 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 Ow! There we go. I like point blank shotgun. I like the purple color. I like the purple color in this stage, though. I mean, no bias. Purple is great. Nice, nice. Only 8 minutes? I'm so good. Oh, am I missing so much kills? Don't open any normal doors. I don't understand what that means. I mean, I understand what that means, but at the same time, I don't understand what that means. Don't open no more... Do I not unlock guns anymore? Maybe. Oh. Oh, the sun. The sun is messing up my mouse. Death at 20,000 volts. Nuh-uh. What? That was cool. Revolver is kind of fun as well. Revolver is more precision, which at first it's kind of hard to use, but after trying my best to aim and not just shoot randomly, Revolver is fun. How you doing? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I'm trying to find these things, okay. I have to say though, this game has really interesting music choices, don't you think? I rarely see a game that combines breakcore and, well, piano. It's a rarity and they sort of just nailed it. Oh, there it is. Oh, I don't like the look of that. We take those. Just wait till you get to guest compose. There's guest composers. Okay. Very cool. Nail gun. Can parry projectiles stop arms with G? Okay. I might be able to get there. Yeah. Oh. Oh. I'm so good. What? It's a streak. Recharges even when unequipped. Switch weapons to keep finding between shots. Recharges even when unequipped. Oh. Wow, okay. Straight line, single file, single file. Give me a second. I'm gonna close the curtains real quick. It's messing up my mouse input. Look at that. I'm just lifting my mouse and it's doing that. The sun. Okay. There we go. No more sun. Bzz, gun. Just gonna make them single file. What's that? Book. Gabriel struck down Minos, his flesh torn asunder with torrents of crimson pouring at his feet as we all cried out for clarity. Justice, Gabriel decreed to all, with our just ruler writhing in wailing agony. The Lord's will be done. We watch on in horror as Minos lay broken, now wailing, screaming in defiance of God's will. Gabriel. Something about gods in this game? Oh. I see that. Boom. Boom. Minos Stitch. So Minos is the good person, Gabriel is bad? It's a table again. Can you not? Can you not? Nuh-uh. This is Minos' portrait? That looks like a broken eye. Yeah. What is this? Vertex wrapping. Oh! Oh god! I'm gonna vomit. Okay, all good. Oh, okay. Wow, that what a trip, oh god. Gonna love vertex wrapping, huh? That did it. All good. Mushroom? Oh. Oh, that's a really nice skybox. What the fuck is that? Yeah, I don't want to know. Oh, it's looking this way. That's Minos? Minos is... Where's your robe? Why are you naked? Why did you not eat for centuries? Oh, they're looking this way. That's a lot of uhs. Is there only one house that I can enter? I came from there. Huh? Wait, I know this sign. Oh, this is so not obvious. Mate. Hi. Are you Hank? Is Hank back? Hi Hank. If only I have your skull. There might be some couple thousand years between the portrait and the guy standing there. Couple thousand? Is that book interactable? The one in secret? Hmm? Is there a book? Hank, do you have a book, Hank? Maybe I need a bigger hand. Give me your book, Hank. Come on, Hank. Oh, there's a pillar. Oh, this one? You'd love to see it. Book. Have I been here? Probably did. Toilet? Pew pew. Hi, Tikaka. It's the lovely Bobo. Hello, hello. Yeah. The yup. Might be the only book then. Probably. I mean, to be fair, I'm not the best at finding things. I mean, context. Also, before I do that, let me just do this real quick. Why is it all in caps? Then press caps locks. Yeah. It's the fellow Bobo. Yeah, I spent 5 hours just to find a Dragonborn in Baldur's Gate, and I cannot find them. So, I think it's safe to say that me finding things is kind of terrible. I am not good at finding things. Hopefully they add sign at some point. Oh no, it's like the Dragonborn is there. Like a few of my friends says that they are there, the Dragonborn, and then it's like, where? I cannot find it. And then they have to point me to where the Dragonborn is. before I can find it. Oh, how did I miss this? Oh. Point blank. Yeah. 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 Boom. Whoa, that was a big explosion. Yeah, I love point blank explosions. Oh, yay! Itchy. See, when the game wants me to find something, it's gonna take me a lot of time. I'm bad at finding things. DSS though? It's a DAS. 3 minutes? Space is too good. I found 2 secrets. Beat the level in under 60 seconds? Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Rail cannon variations all share the same cooldown. Choose wisely which variation best fits the situation. Oh, you're called rail cannon. What? What is this called? You are too stonk. Fires a powerful drill that sticks to an enemy and deals damage over time. The drill causes enemy to bleed continuously with extra healing range. Oh. Malicious? Instant beam that causes a large explosion on impact, similar to certain familiar phase. Wipes out groups of weak enemies with ease. Malicious? Similar to a certain familiar phase. What does that even mean? Lust? What kind of dungeon is this? Well, lust. If I do understand the word correctly, lust is horny, right? The big face? Stone Man? No, that's man. Oh, the floating rock face. Oh, that explosion. Oh, I won. What did you do? You're too strong at this game. Oh, that's my kind of explosion. Okay, good. Sheer heart attack. Oh. Am I gonna drown? Am I now that I can do this to you? The huggies! Or the uppies! Uppies number 1. I must give Kobo all the uppies, thank you. Uppies good. Yeah! Bong. Bong. How you doing? It's a cute emote. That's very cute emote. Small Kobo very upbeat able. Giving Kobo upbeats your speciality. Oh my god. Oh my god. I love upbeats. Red. I'm so good. Boom. I know where the secrets are now. I need to ask for Apis more. Oh yeah, also I tried to change my Twitch username. It kinda did not work. Kinda didn't work because it just sort of say that it's unavailable. I don't know why. Wee! Boom! Oh my god! Boom! 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 Yeah! Boom! 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 I missed. Nail gun! More nail gun! Nail gun! I mean, I can fly, so just yip. Just yip if I go too far. I'll be all the way into space. Oh my god! Yip is just short for yippee, yeah! Yippee, yeah! Yeah. It's red. I came from here. Oh, that's bad. You're just yippee-ki-yaying, bold man. Yeah. Gonna love explosions. Explosions good. Oh. No, I came from here. Who's your little friend there? Hank. We have faith. Don't do it. Oh, nope. Nope. Nuh-uh. 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 Oh shit. Oh wait, this is... How? I found it. Wee! Wee! Boom! Boom! Holy shit, I can't see anything. Hi! Oh, crap. Oh! Oh god! Thanks! We take those. No, I don't like the squish. Now a bit AFK, but you keep blasting. Yeah, thanks for the lurk. Mine. We got Hang. This one is what? Heck. We got Hang, and now we got Heck. Who are you? Whoa. Get nail gunned. I hate them so much that I made this. Is that clown? the clown. Hi Merp. Oh my god. It's another bobo. I need to do this. Hello Merp. Welcome in, pew pew. But why? It's fellow Bobo. I have 9 health. I can survive this. Look at that. Bonk. Hi, how are you doing? Disrespect. Yeah, you get disrespect. That's right. You think I care about you? Nuh-uh. Stupid. Oh shit. Nice. Get punched. We love a good old punch. Nice. Sit down, clown. Get punched. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Gonna love the punch, huh? Boom! Boom! A little slow, but I can shoot at the same time. We love to see it. Wee! Punch! Punching good. I like punching. Chenix, don't touch any water? What? There's a road that literally needs me to go through water. What do you mean? Oh, we're almost out of lust. Oh, there it is. Your name is Mind Flayer. You? You're not even a squid. Rare but extremely dangerous, the Mind Flayer is a machine that has adapted and mastered the hell and energy alongside its own technological prowess. I don't think you're a Mind Flayer. Look, I've seen Mind Flayer in Baldur's Gate 3. This is not it. I mean, Booba though, but still, this is not it. Go! Speed! Court of the Corpse King. Okay, go ahead. Hi. Oh! Mine. Hello, Hank. The fingies. We love to see it. Hmm? Nice. Oh. Aggressive tick. Mine. Go. Go. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Oh. I forgot I can do that. You're the last Cheeto in the bag. Yeah, kinda. I was the last Cheeto in the bag. Go! I'm sure there was nothing. What? Hen? Nah. That was not a hen. That was hallucination. Oh, hi. Sliding will retain previous momentum for a short amount of time. Chaining quickly slide jumps will, after a dash jump, will give you incredible sustained speed. Slide jump? After a dash jump? So... No? Whoa! Oh, I need... You're the last bag in the Cheeto. What? Movement tech in this game gets nutty. We should land up sometimes. Ooh. Ultra slide jump. Can I do like... Does that even work? Is that it? Am I super fast? go. And bye bye. What? Oh, you can just crash into it? Oh, this game's no fun. Can I go back? Oh, oops, I cannot remove this. Wait. Am I not supposed to take the skull? Well, off we go then. I just want to take Hank. I didn't know I cannot just throw Hank outside. Excuse me? What? How does that even work? But I didn't move. Can you not? Thank you. The nerve just puts me out. This is the boop. This is le boop. Le boop. Mine. Le boop. Le boop. Le boop. Fuck the fuck. Don't naman ay. I am not ready. Okay. Oh, why are you punching me? Oh! You were not ready for that high five? Is there... Oh, that's Minos. There it is. How do I... Oh. How can I forget about nail gun? Hey, want some nail? Didn't ask. You're getting the nail anyway. Ah. Ow! How do I heal? Whoa, Nelly, how did I survive that shit? Woo! And guys, I blame the frame rate. I'm gonna get my 50 excuses ready. I blame the frame rate. If I die again, I'm playing using a steering wheel, so that's why I lost. But seriously though, why does it keep doing that? Hopefully. Nail! 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 Did I just found something new? Wow, I didn't know such a thing exists. Shoddy swap, she's... Oh! Damn, okay. Then... I mean, this one maybe is on its worth, but... Yeah. Hyrax's bam, easy. Could be done way faster, but it takes time to get the timing. Shotgun supremacy, yeah. Shotgun wins. Oh, wait, am I going inside your mouth? They can kind of P boost faster? P boost? What's a P boost? Can't call it vor if they're already dead. P boost? Gluttony? Oh, I don't like it. Alright, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, that was his hand. Parry a I want to do it. I want to do it. I want to parry a punch. How can I select a stage? A quit mission, maybe? Environmental hazards such as harmful liquids will hunt enemies as well. Is this something Vor cause Boxen is now a kobold? No. No. There's no Vor. There's no Vor involved. Come on. Supreme Husk. Beloved King of the Last Layer, Minos has now been reduced to a shambling corpse. Due to his incredible power and will to end status as a just ruler in life remembered even millennia after his death, the manifestation of his soul is the largest husk to ever have been recorded. Small traces of the original soul can still be detected in the body, but the corpse itself is animated and controlled entirely by the snake-like parasites that he once commanded. Snake-like parasites? You're a snake? Damn, I want that snake. Despite once bringing upon the renaissance of the last layer, his corpse now only 6 sinners to punish. Stratagems. Large stature can be quite difficult to recover blood from him, but his hands are usually holding on to the walls of the arena, which can be used for refueling. Oh! Should have read that earlier, huh? Any weapons will work against an enemy this large, but melee and projectile parries make for a quick way to inflict grave damage. Melee? Although it moves slowly, the black hole he summons is extremely dangerous and cannot be destroyed. I noticed the black hole when I touch it, it leaves me with 1 health. I noticed. It's like 1 health only? Okay. Sure. Okay. That happens. Tree. Belly of the beast. Act 1 crescendo, okay. Hello, Ligma, what you ask? What I ask? I don't know. Hi, welcome in. Hi. Oh. It's the guy. Stone Man. I don't like this. That works. Got him. Yeah, punch. Yeah, punch. Punch good, punch good. I hate this place. Oh god. Oh, what am I in? Hi. I'm gonna gag. This is a good strat. Got him. Brings a whole new meaning to the bowels of hell. Yeah, it totally does. Shame. You're inside Minos? Well, yeah, but still. What? You're telling me this is all inside Minos? Don't. Okay, yeah, the piano is needless to say, fuck yes. Ah! Nuh-uh. +4. Hi. Ah, that's so good. Frames. Frames? God, the piano is clean. Yeah, that's right. Nuh-uh. 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 Why do I feel like the punch is too strong, question mark? Because this game requires you to go melee range to heal and then there's punch. I feel like punch is sort of... I'm not gonna say broken, strong, right? Strong. Look, I only played this game for like how many hours? I cannot just say things are broken. But it does allow me to do this, so why not? Oh. What? What? Nah. What? Oh! Where's the last one? Oh. Okay, coins are cool. Coins are very cool. Hi. How are you doing? You good? You good? Ooh. How you doing? Yeah. Help. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I found something. Help! Frames! I don't appreciate the frame drop. Ah, what is this? Ow. Ow. They're cheating! They are trying to destroy my frames! There we go. Alright. That was not too bad. Has Kobokill heard of Vampire Hunters? The newish gun game where you can wield 10 guns. What? 10 guns at once? Cannot say that I have heard of it. You will love it if you like this. Oh. I mean, I'm loving this one, not gonna lie. It's got roguelike elements. Oh my god. Yeah, that sounds really awesome. Roguelike, 10 guns at once. Oh, it's not Vampire Survivor, right? Look at space, 2 minutes. Space is OP. Level up by killing and progressing through levels. As you go, you gain more weapons. Is this the last stage? Probably. I cannot buy this one still. Heat sinks recharge while not firing. A quick burst of high damage in the cause of heat sink. Overheat. Shooting while overheat. Act 1 climax in the flesh. Another boss fight. I really don't like the eye. Oh, there. It's you're watching me? Well, you better give me uppies. That's so scary though. What?
Turn back now. The layers of this palace are not for your kind. Turn back, or you will be crossing the will of God.
There's voice acting in this game. Holy shit, that's really good. The splorch, I don't know. Oh, the splorch is from this. No, I didn't mean to shoot you, Space. I mean, I didn't. You saw nothing. Oh boy, uh-oh, what's gonna happen? The organs, though. Went from piano to organ to synth. Butthole? Is this butthole? Into the butthole.
Your choice is made.
Yes.
At the righteous hand of the Father, I shall rend you apart, and you will become inanimate once more.
That's a lot of hands. Oh my god. Let me listen to this. Your next battle is at hand. Okay. At hand, huh? I mean, it's true. It's true. I mean, nothing a good old point blank rocket shotgun blast with fist doesn't work, honestly. Hello? Oh. I might have underestimated. Alright, let's play for real. Oh shit, I cannot heal? One of the guest composers. Oh. Oh, Gabby? Gabriel is the guest composer? Alright. Let's start with good old nail gun.
Foolishness, machine. Foolishness.
Ow! This OST is one of the guest composers. Oh.
Foolishness, machine. Foolishness.
It doesn't bleed, doesn't it? I don't heal from him. I don't feel like I heal from Gabriel. More Magnex jacks up magnetization. He bleeds? Oh, shit. Alright, let me try my best. Oh, wow, okay. Don't worry about it. Oh god. Everything in Ultrakill bleeds except the sended enemies? Sended enemies? See what he did? What did he do? I mean, I was trying to focus on the movement. Ooh, they do a lot of damage. You make even the devil cry. Oh, is that what he says? I mean, Neon Gun at first is a good idea. Alright.
What? How can this be?
You don't make me learn, game. You don't make me learn.
This thing? You insignificant fuck!
Oh, I love this game.
It's not over! May your woes be many and your days few.
You said a bad word. Mom! You're a believer. I'm a believer. Yeah. I'm a believer of Beast. Archangel, by the way. I love when when a game just says fuck. I don't know. Something about that just makes me feel like the game is real. Can I shoot the heart? Alright, maybe not. Going in. Footsies with red fist. Yeah, I like it. I mean, if the game wants me to learn the moveset, I'll do it. Whoa, 56 seconds. Oh my god. When I saw them footsies, I knew that was the attempt. Yeah. Gonna learn the game sometimes. I love it. I cannot just point blank rocket my way through the game. Disgrace. Humiliation. Unseemly and unwelcome at the feet of the consul. Their eyes ablaze with bitter resentment, glaring through Gabriel's wounds and body and soul. Bore outwards for all to see. Has this one abandoned the way of our creator? It is unworthy of its holy light. The Father's light is indomitable. This one sees fit to squander it. Oh, are they saying Gabriel as like noob because I beat Gabriel? Is that why? When Tylra P%? P%? Their words resonated in Gabriel's limbs, and coursing through as lightning upon wire, a searing hiss that would strike Lazarus deaf and blind. The holy light within him, an unstoppable storm of divine fury. Insurmountable of mere objects, this he knew. Holy Council, my devotion to our Creator is absolute. I have never strayed from the will of the Father, but a machine. You dare imply the might of the Father could be shaken by mere objects? Impossible. You're not with it, shut the fuck up. Impossible. Impossible. Heresy. Unspeakable. Heresy. Heresy. Silence. Your treachery will not be tolerated. As punishment, the Father's light shall be severed from your body. So, dead? You have 24 hours before the last of its embers die out. And you with them. Prove your loyalty. Unmake your mistakes. In 24 hours? Wow. As the light was ripped from his being, Gabriel's screams were silenced in the hiss of gospel in praise of God. A boiling anguish to which even the fires of hell could not compare. Through the blaze of torment, a single burning hatred was forged anew. If the machine seeks blood, he would give it freely. And with such fury, even metal will bleed. So this is Gabriel. What? You don't say to be continued. Insert these two. Imperfect hatred. Yeah. Beat him so hard his boss had to send him to gay baby jail. Gabriel is in fact doomed. He lost his divine light when you beat his ass into the ash. I kinda did. He said the bad word. He said fuck. Is this the next stage? Heat scan weapons can be used to hit the shotgun's core object in mid-air to increase its damage and blast radius. I don't have enough P. I need more P. Is Gabriel here? Judge of Hell. Supreme Angel. Not so supreme now, it feels like. Gold! Oh my god, gold! Get out! I want my gold! Okay, I'm dead. Do not take me away from my gold, it's mine. Oh my god, gold! Get out! Gold is mine. Gold is mine. He's a supreme nerd. Gold is mine. Gold is mine. Uh-oh. Hi, do I know you? The nails. Dare not touch this checkpoint. Wait, what? Oh, the music is going in. Shit. Cobalt Heaven. It's all gold. Gosh, I want to pluck every single gold from this place. It's all mine. It's so shiny. God, it's so shiny. Hi, Rogue. Do not take away my shiny. Please get out. I think that you're a non-believer. You're a non-believer. It's gold. And why is that sandstone? I don't think that such a thing exists. No. Oh. Don't rain on your parade. Oh, it's gold. Don't worry about it. Boop. 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 Whoa! What just happened? A frame rate happened. Fair? Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the pet though. It's bright yellow and shiny, obviously gold. Yeah, see? Space gets it. It is gold. Gold good.
Hey. Hey.
I missed. What is that? Is that like the holy light? Oh. Where is this coming from? Where's this coming from? Oh. Alright, asshat. Enough. And the close range shotgun plus red fist. It's great. Big boy damage. Oh, gold. Nuh-uh. Yay! You know, they try to smite the Kobo, right? It doesn't work that way. Wee! 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 Uh-oh. Nuh-uh! Nuh-uh! That's right. Don't even try it. Whoa. It's so shiny. Everything is so shiny.
Hello.
Hmm?
And welcome.
Next to Sticks, hi. Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. What this? Whoa! Whoa, you did! I have 3 hands, you don't even stand a chance! My man, I have 3 hands, get out of here! Holy shit! Oh my god! Let's go! Yeah. Hi, how you doing? I'm getting smite by something. I found you. Nuh-uh. Don't even try it. Yeah. No. Ow! Ah. Where did it go? Oh shit. Nuh-uh. Don't even try it. Get out. Laser parry? Did I parry laser? You're so pro in this game. I don't know. Maybe not. I mean, I did. You know, all these. Try the nail gun. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh fuck. All right. Okay. I should try the nail gun. Yeah, don't worry about it. It just breaks the frame rate, don't worry about it. Is this permanent? Oh, I thought it's a... I thought it's I'm upset. Nice. Frame rate gun. Each nail tests the frame rate. Don't activate any enemies. What? God, I wish that was permanent though. That's a lot of stages. Powers can be stacked. So I can... You are telling me that I can have 3 guns. Is this what the game is trying to tell me? 3 guns. Alright, I mean, I would love that. Oh, puppies. You can have 4? Oh god. Okay. Whoa! Even the sky is shiny. Oh my god. My eyes hurt. Oh, it hurts them. Okay. Oh my god, I love the I love the Egypt feel to it. I sand hard. You can have 6. Enemies covered in sand will not bleed. Oh. Like this? This could be a good Sonic stage, to be honest. Just saying. The box just happened. Ow! Oh, frame rate. Oh my god! Did you just smite me? Game, please. How you doing? How you doing? Oh, that was cool. Oh, nice. What is that? Wee. Nuh-uh. Oh, they don't let them bleed. Well, here comes some nails. Yeet. Ah! 4-2 already, nice. Yeah. I love this. This game good. This game fun. Also, yeah, the music's good. Also, very, very shiny. I love it. My eyes hurt, but I love it. No. 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 Wow, without being able to heal during combat is quite detrimental. Those things seems very tough. Not anymore. Yeah. Got him. I didn't got him. Allow me to put on my clown hat right now. Oh god. Alright, that's on you. Thanks! Can't wait to see Tylra do Prime Sanctum. P rank grind stream? Oh god. What's Prime Sanctum? Oh, Sanctum. Nice! Book. I hate it. Unique passage. Days since we last saw any angels without their oppression. Angel oppression? The bonus boss slash level that unlocks when you P rank an episode. I have to get you posted on that sometimes. How do I get a P rank? kinda gives my kinda bad name, Gabriel. Yeah, Angel Operation? I cannot believe it. I mean, maybe Angel Dragon is different. I do get uppies. S-Time, S-Style, S-Skill, 0 death. On any episode, can I try to grind on the first stage? On individual level? Is it like 1P rank and then it will unlock the Prime Sanctum thing? Get under pressure. There's no need for us to carry on our punishment. Even the weakest of the damned have abandoned their penance to take up arms. All can see how they have robbed us of our minds, bodies, and souls, leaving us only the hopes of a salvation that will never come, but no longer. King Sisyphus has acted in secret until now, amassing an army whose strength and numbers swell, but now there is no need to hide anymore. We have lived in the shadows of heaven long enough to forget the taste of fear. Now the Sisyphean insurrectionists prepare for war. I have heard of Minos beginning a peaceful revolution, but our King Sisyphus knows such passivity will gain no favor from our cruel captors. He knows that the one can only fight power with power, and he shall lead us to freedom. If only you knew the suffering that would befall us next. Book. You can do them on individual level. So maybe once I can change others, once I can play other stages. Oh my god, I need it. Yeah. What? Yeah. Ooh, that is kind of hard. And the power up doesn't seem to last a lot longer than I thought this time. Oh my god. Hello? Was I inside you for a few seconds there? I think I was. Even my gun is shiny now. I like. My gun is shiny. My. Oh wait, no, this is where the book is. Hmm? Resistance if high. No, I came from here. Huh? Where did I put the skull? Oh, it's stinky. I think I know this instrument. The string instrument sounds like ood. No, why are you sniffing fart? No, Kobokill, don't sniff. Don't sniff fart. Explosion! Whoa, what the? Yup. I think it's more the father in question needing to take a deep breath before letting another chain rip. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Got him. No, that's mine. I have my own gas spinner. Stinky. In the Uh-oh. Oh god, the musical instrument, I love it. This sounds like oud, the OUD. Is that the red? Is that the one? Why? Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I think it's just my gremlin brain kicking in. Well, less gremlin, more kobold, I think. It happens sometimes when I like stream for a little bit. And brain just like, yeah, went all kobold mode. Yeah. Did dash jump use more energy? Whoa, dash jump uses 2 energy. I just realized. Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Okay. Sisyphean instruction. Ow! For cute cobalt hair, the flower. Oh my god. Nail. Nail. Two of them. Nail gun! Nail gun! Nail gun! Where'd you go? Oh. Nail gun! I don't like that. Woohoo. How you doing? Whoa! Oh, good. How? We love to see it. Horns, flowers for horns. I'll take it. How are you hitting those parries so consistently? Honestly, I'm just doing this. I'm just like constantly trying to do this because I love it. I didn't mean to parry. Yeah. I try to do this consistently. I was like, oh, and then sometimes the parry comes in. It's like, oh yeah, cool, all right. 18 minute. I silly no. I mean, yeah, but no. Hi, coffee. Face rocket over my face. Hey yo. I found 2 secrets. Kill the insertion in under 10. No. No. Welcome, welcome, coffee. Speaking of, I have coffee right beside me. Kobo. Yeah, Kobo. Kobo, great. Is coffee dragon or is coffee Kobo? See, that's the important question. I think coffee is... I'm not gonna assume. I think coffee is Kobo. Are you? Also, welcome. Hope you're doing good. No one told me I'm playing a horror game? You think coffee is what? Kobo. Why is it so dark? Are you not? Oh, okay. Where did I put? Excuse me. Well, I thought. Oh, that's cool. A shot in the dark. Is coffee dragon then? I don't know why I'm trying to break the game. I am dragon. I am like 30% above you. Oh, okay, okay. Coffee is dragon. Okay, okay. No more mystic. No more mystic. Do it actually scary? Yeah. Oh boy, I must go to bed at 6. Go sleep. Oh god. All good, all good. Thanks for hanging around space. Enjoy the rest of the game. I will. Thank you. Have good sleep. Me cute fox like. Look up to dragons and lick cute cowboy. I look up to dragons and... I look up to dragons. No end. No end. That's it. Oh, I'm so gonna get lost in here. Oh god. Not sure how many more levels you complete, so I have all these uppies. Oh my god. I love uppies. Thank you. Oh, I've been here. I look up the kobolds. Yes. As a dragon should be. Yay. Did that hand pet just went away? Thanks for the pets. What's shaking? Oh. I don't like the dark. Whoa. Yo, Cody, what the fuck? Alright, here we go. We're fighting now. Oh, okay. That was a little unexpected. Actually, I think this would be fun. Nice. Is that Booba? That's a low pixel Booba. Oh, that's... Oh wait. I thought that's a scary tentacle. Yeah. Nice find, yo. Keep out? Nuh-uh. Nothing tells me to keep out than the keep out sign. Get out. You tell me to keep Tomb of Kings. Uh-oh. The music stopped. Are you... Is that Mario head? Are you Hank? Oh, that's not Hank? If it's not Hank, then it's Heckman. What? Okay. Whoa, nice beard. Oh my god. Oh, nice mustache. Damn. Mushroom? YouTube? They are YouTubers. Oh shit, I didn't recognize. I don't know. I know this Markiplier in Vine Sauce. I don't know who this is. Why are you shiny? Oh, so this is Markiplier. Yeah. There's the Wilbur Wolf stash, I think. You know, with the mustache. It's not pink. Gonna make it pink. I'm sorry, but is this Kenny? Wait, this could be Kenny. No way. I think this is Kenny. Yeah, one of the Yo Video Games crew. Kenny and his daughter, maybe? I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I don't know. This looks very like Kenny. Where's the skull? That's not it. Nothing here. See, now the skull is key. Oh, is it because I have this thing on? How do I throw it away? Temporarily. And then maybe I can change it? This is a problem. Alright, Hanky, you can put it in first. That's weird. Traitor? Oh, is that Gabriel? Oh. At least we know. Maybe I can... Maybe I can try going back. Is that Bunny Hop? So I was here in the TD room. How do I get back? Is this the way back? Basically, oh, pressing slide before jumping is how you can preserve momentum. Whoa. Is that it? That was mega far. Whoa. I was just trying to do my thing. We're trying. Oh, that's schism. All right, let me see if I remember how to get there. Ooh! Wow! What a jump! Speed. Wait, where's the booba room? Oh wait, we found it. Mine. Okay, we're doing it.
Finally, our waiting puzzle is over. What? Full auto.
What? Full auto. What the?
Full
What?
auto. Full auto.
You are perfect. You are perfect. You are perfect. You are perfect. Full auto. Full auto. Full auto. The commentator. I can't. That's so good. I'm going back for it. A full auto. Finally, the puzzle wait is over.
Full auto. Full auto. Full auto. Full auto. Full auto.
I'm trying. I'm trying to get the timing down. It's definitely possible to just do that, honestly. Full auto. It's very like.
Full auto. Full auto.
Full auto.
Full auto.
No, do the full auto.
Full auto.
Yeah, no way.
Full auto. Full auto. Full auto.
Ow! Does that boss look like Mandalore? Honestly, I have no idea. Also, hi.
Yep.
Yep. Slashy boy, hi. Because it is Mandalore and Owl? Oh. I don't know who that is.
I'm gonna fucking poison you.
Hey, yo.
Full auto. Full auto.
Eh. Okay, fine. Guess I'm not gonna parry that, huh?
Cannot imagine what you'll face here. I'm gonna shoot him with a gun.
I gotta shoot the gun!
Full auto.
How you doing?
Full auto. Full auto. Through the magic of the druids, I increased my speed. Full auto.
I increased my speed!
Full auto. Full auto.
Full auto.
Full auto.
Full auto. Why are you perfect?
Full auto.
Oh god. Oh god, this is difficult. You can still I can ferry full auto? Wow. Full auto. Just fucking heal him.
Full auto.
Ah, it's frame rate, not now.
Full auto. Full auto. Full auto.
Ow. The frame rate. Why do I see in 160p? Because my PC can handle this game, I believe. Well, not necessarily 160p, but 360p. And I have disabled VSync as well. Resolution is at 720p. Everything is simpler, but it's still laggy. I don't get it. Are you a full auto or full auto enjoyer? Can I choose both? Just fucking hit him. This boss is perfect. Why are we in the past?
Full auto. Full auto. Full auto. Through the magic of the druids, I increase my speed. Full auto. Full auto. Full auto. Full auto. Full auto.
Oh my god, this is so hard. This was a YouTuber homage? Yeah, it looks like it. All the skulls are like YouTubers as well. Some of them I recognize. Some. It gives me fulfillment. Full auto.
Full auto. Full auto. Full auto. Full auto. Full auto.
Oh,
Full auto.
Bailey, hi. A bear's yipping. Full auto. Please tell me there's a next auto.
Full auto. Through the magic of the druids, I increase my speed. Fucking hell. Full auto. 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 Feel my maximum speed.
Feel my maximum speed.
Full auto.
And slow down.
Full auto. Full auto. Full auto. Full auto. Full auto. Full auto. Use the salt. I'm reaching. Full auto. Full auto. Full auto. Full auto. Full auto. Full auto. Full auto.
Wow, I almost did it.
Full auto.
I cannot heal towards the end, that's kinda hard, but I sort of get how to dodge the full auto and full auto. How you doing? The very bean. Here, let me do this. Hope you're well. Fun fact. Parrying full auto restacks health. No blood, no problem. Parry to heal. Oh, okay. I get it. Alright, okay. I see. I do like a bit of a nail gun first.
Why are we in the past? Full auto. Full auto. Full auto. After the druids, I increase my speed. Fucking hell. Full auto. Feel my maximum speed. Oh no. Full auto. I'm reaching. Full auto. Full auto. Oh great.
Ow! But I did it! I cheated! The game doesn't allow me to cheat? I cannot believe it! What do you mean? The second pairing also gives back all your stamina. Oh! I see. Doing me, but 4 of Spiral Days, so that makes me happier. Nice, good to know. You know, a game that makes you happy. Very, very nice. Oh. Give me a second. I'm gonna go open up the lights. It's getting dark. Hmm. Hey, I'm back. Hi, Overlord. Who is Gary? I don't know. There's a lot of Garys out there. I thought there's no such long ones. Well, there is. Hi again, Shredder.
I'm gonna fucking poison you. What? Full auto. Aura. Aura. Full auto. Through the magic of the druids, I increase my speed. Fucking hit him. Aura. Full auto. Feel my maximum speed. Slow down. Full auto. Use the salt. I'm reaching. Aura. Aura. Full auto.
Ichi. Oh. Please be something stupid. Within the pyramid lies the chamber of the feline and the rodent. Within the chamber lies a pool of clear water. Within the water lies a secret, but only those who wield the electric magic of druids may find it. Can I have Fuller's Auto, please? The corner trap? Yeah. I cheated. I'm a cheat. Ancient Dragon Secret? Oh, wait, it's a dragon thing? Where did I throw it? Fuller's Auto. Where's the scroll? I don't remember where did I throw the scroll? I think this is Vine Sauce. Oh, found it. This is my book now. I mean, I can kind of see like this, right? Just a little bit. Why am I looking at? Oh god, I don't know where I'm looking at. Oh, okay, okay. This is the stupidest thing I've ever done in my entire life. Do I have to fight the boss again?
Full auto.
Why?
Four auto. Four auto. Full auto. Through the magic of the druids, I increase my speed. Fucking hit him. Full auto. Four auto. Full auto. Four auto. Full auto. Four auto. Full auto. Feel my maximum speed. Slow down. Full auto. Four auto. Full auto. Four auto. Full auto. Four auto. Full auto. Full auto. Four auto. Use the salt. I'm reaching.
I'm reaching!
Full auto. Four auto. Full auto. Four auto. Four auto. Full auto. Four auto. Four auto. Four auto.
Guess I do learn, huh? Bring the skull. Okay. Oh, the skull emits light. Well, not the best light, but it's something. What? No way. Alright, okay. Oh, when I punch the light. Huh. The light just gets stronger when I punch. I hear something. Oh, hey. And like that. Oh my god, the frames. Frames? It's gone. Yeah, see, when I punch, it just emits like... Ow! Oh god! Yay! Ow! Is this intended? I don't think this is intended, is this? I don't know. Fulles Auto. Whoa! Ooh, the game's getting hard. What the fuck? Oh, okay. I'll take it. I cannot heal. Nah. It's kinda hard, this one. I don't like having limited movement space. This is not as limited, but still, I don't like. Me don't like it. I like to move around. or, you know, being able to move around. Whoa! Whoa. I mean, if it works, it works, right? "31 minutes." Oh. DSD? No style? I mean, to be fair, I just... 20 minutes well spent? Yeah, very. You learn B-hop then? The B-hop. The B-hop is pretty good. Airborne coins can be shot with a hit scan weapon. That's a hit scan weapon? I miss using revolver. Let's play revolver. You can shoot a coil with an electric rail. But why do I want to do that? That's 4, right? I think yeah. I think I see why. Did it just ricochet the electric bolts? Even more damage guarantees to hit your target. Yeah. Okay. Very cool. Any black tentacles? Nope, okay. Oh, ow! Is that not shiny? Let's not stand, that's gold dust and greed. Oh, so it is gold. I want it. I like gold. I mean, you're telling a kobold to not like gold? Impossible. Cool. Hmm? Wow. The sun rays, holy sat. Boom. Boom. Claire de Soleil. Claire de Soleil, huh? Hey. Oh. The Super Saiyan. The Super Saiyan in... The Super Saiyan interpreter. That's your name now, I don't care. Oh, this one. As the greed layers punishment, stalkers have been forced to carry heavy boulders up to the monuments of mankind's greed for all eternity. Hmm. Oh, they're carrying it like this. Holy shit, that's not good for their... everything. You know, you should carry it with... You know, if you want to carry something like this, you could sort of put it into your bag. You know, put your back to it. Not like this. There has to be other way to carry it. Oh wait, that's your head. Oh, wow, okay, well. I stand corrected. That is a good form. Alright, you do you. That is a truly good form. Don't worry about it. The legs just... Yeah, okay. That, His stand's not corrected. That's a painful stand. Shiny. Oh, hi. I know you. Why you want to fight me, huh? Ready for my... Oh, yo, you're way faster this time. I'm just gonna spin it like that. Ooh, they're way faster this time. Oh wow, I actually cannot keep up. Uh-oh. A little space to stretch your stuff. Did he shot coins? Okay. Okay, I cannot just do... I cannot let that go away. Tiny Kobo girl go bang bang with her guns. Yeah. I like guns. You want this? Learned it from my friend. You just stole my coin! Oh, I tried. That's a lot of damage? Yeah. Did she just... Man, I have pros in the chat. I'm cheating. Now I just rely on my skills. 嗨，婷姐，新的游戏？什么 game? Oh, I forgot to fix the sound alert because I got hacked yesterday. Yeah, yeah, I actually forgot about the sound alert, but I don't know what game are you talking about. Yeah, I got hacked. Oh, 耶了，新的游戏啊，哦，it's all Chinese, SING 啦。Ooh. Damn, that's really hard. I see what he gets mad punching. Oh yeah, true. I forgot. That's that's his own hand. Oops. Well, time to learn, I guess. Oh, one question. Can I parry his ammo? Like, can I parry his bullet? The nail guns, the recoil shot, those things. If it's possible, just asking. Okay, so non-parryable. I think so, theoretically, but it's hard to make use of it. Bullet too fast. Ah, okay. Shorty pistol can be parried. Nails, no. Okay. Well, had to put my skill to the test, I guess. You steal my coin. Ooh. The coins can be parried if I remember correctly, if you time it just right. There was a dope rail. I think I used this coin as well with the rail. I should like to fry her ass with going. I'm gonna try my old strat. Dodge this, you casual. Oh! I stole their coin as well just now. Nails might be a good answer after the realm open. Oh, yeah. Let's try it. Now to just go in general if you aren't confident in your aim. It feels like it. Although to be fair, I don't think I'm very confident in my aim all the time. I'll try. Whoa. Need to heal, but it's also kinda hard to heal. My old strike can heal, I think. I can play honest first with all the coins and shit. And when I need to heal, I'll change the shotgun and try to like go close range. Ooh, yeah, it's really hard. I got this. The music's great. Oh, I got juked. They're good. They're so good. Yeah, the third rail coin. Maybe I should just play defensive until I get the rail coin. And just play with coins, I think. No, take it slow. Probably not this one, right? I'm trying to learn. So ting 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 after a round of a second and a half and just like shoot. See if I can parry the coin. I want to try parrying the coin, that would be fun. There we go. Your coin. Oh, let's go. Coin carry. Coin is OP. Let's go. Never misses. I parried a coin parry. That was good. Right, here we go. What was that? Ay! My control just fell down, what the hell? Why can't I not coin? Something bugged my coin, I think. Well, if something bugged my coin, I'll just do this. Come here! Don't even think about running away. Hey! What is that? I shot this core, ayo. My coin is gone. Oh, I think I know what's up. Let me disconnect my controller. My controller is holding the button. And then look at that, the right click is activated forever. Okay, there we go. Yours. Got him. Ooh. Oh, that was fun as hell. Holy shit. God, that was such a good fight. New hand. Range 10? GG. Whiplash. Hold R to throw. Release the pull. Oh. What does it do? Oh no. Okay. Oh, cool. Pull light enemies to you, pull yourself to heavy enemies. Ow! I die in tutorial, don't worry about it. Can I parry with this? Can I parry with this hand? Oh, the best hand. I cannot help it. I cannot help it. There we go. Boom. Boom. How you doing? Builds up hard damage when used on enemies. Cannot reduce HP but risky to use at low health. So when I pull them in, I can do big boy damage? Oh, hard damage is a term for another kind of damage? Is that like true damage? You noob? Kinda am. You cannot expect people who are on their first session to be good. Also, hi Inferno. Maybe hard damage is like a true damage kind of thing, huh? Oh. You might have noticed those caps on your health when you took a low damage. Oh, like the reduction of my max HP? Caps it temporarily and recovers slowly by not taking any damage. Oh, that! Okay. So I deal that kind of damage to them. Okay. about hard damage. The higher your style, the faster you can undo hard damage. Oh, okay. So best use of Whiplash is when Stalin. This Stalin, huh? Oh. Frames? Oh! Oh, so Whiplash is their own hand. Ooh, okay. Let me check the time. It's only it's only 7. God, this game is too good. I want to play more, but at the same time, I'm hungry. I'm kinda oh. I want to play more of these, but at the same time, Baldur's Gate. This Baldur's Gate. Man, I'm gonna feel like I'm gonna feel sad because I will not be able to stream during September 14th to September 22nd. I'll be going on a small trip. And it's like, I cannot play this game? Really? Whiplash. I love the ping. Ping. Mushroom. Mushroom friend. Mushroom friend. Blue hook points access slingshots. Oh, slingshots, okay. Hi, Gabriel. All good games have fission. I guess. Oh wait, no, but Tekken 7 don't have fishing, no. Guilty Gear Strive have fishing. A very weird one too. Killer Instinct don't have one. This game... Fishing? Can I fish here? I don't think so, I don't know. Oh, speed. God, this is a nightmare. Claustrophobic. There's a fishing secret level? Oh. I mean, secret level wise, I only did like 1. In the wake of Poseidon. Why is there water level in my Ultrakill? What is this? No. Why? Why is there a water level in my Ultrakill game? God. No, look at this. The movement is so sad. Why? Whiplash does not build up hard damage while underwater. Go nuts, have fun. Oh wait, that hard damage is dealt to me, not to oh shit, I didn't know. I thought it's dealt to the enemy. Who thought that having a water level in this game is a good idea, huh? Oh, I know that. Oh, it helps. I can sort of get guaranteed heal with Whiplash. Okay, maybe it's not that bad then, because I have, you know, Whiplash. The dark level is worse, not gonna lie. Like the future levels. I mean, well, probably. Ah, don't know how that works. This counts as me airborne? Cool. No. Whoa, what? Ow. Okay. I see how it is. Whoa. Hello, can I go down? That works. Oh my god, the floatiness, I don't like it. Alright, didn't mean to do that. I hate it here. What is this? I don't like the I don't like this float. Ow. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Boom. Boom. Okay. See, why make a level like this when you're just gonna muffle the whole music and sound? You know what I mean? So when you muffle the music and everything, what goes with the composer's work? I can't even hear shit. I want to listen to the music, damn it. See, there's actual music going on, but because the they decide to muffle the music when I'm like down underwater. Okay, nice. No more muffled music. There we go. Now I can enjoy breakcore once more. Enjoy breakcore once more. Thank you very much. I have personal fun. Ow! Help. Oh, thank you. Oh, I know you. Ow. There we go. Oh. Where? There's another one. What do I do with this? I don't see a place where I can just put this one. Oh, I see, okay. Speed. Oh, it shows. Nice. Okay. Oh no, it's a stone man. Oh, I cannot even hear where the enemy is. This is so sad with all the muffled noises. How sad. Honestly, the game flops with the water level. Like, I'm not trying to shit on this game constantly for having a water level, but man, that's just how I feel. Oh. The flip. Oh, new enemy. Sniper. Interrupting sentries, Knuckle Blaster, Red Arm, Rail Cannon, Ground Slam, Shockwave, Revolver to the antenna. Hmm. Kobolds are for kissing? Where? A dragon kissing kobold? Hmm. Yee. I'm gonna try this. Oh, it has the thing. Ow. Oh, okay, you can parry. Well, I tried. Yeah. I know that name. Give me a second. Midnight. Hi. It has been a while. How you doing? I can pause. Oh my god. Midnight. I hope you're doing good. I don't know if the shower works. Let me try. I hope this works. I don't know why it doesn't work. Here, let me do this then. What were you playing? Welcome, welcome. Also, I hope you're doing good. Oh, welcome in everyone for the raid. My name is Tylra. I'm a Kobo. I'm very laggy. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games and I do art occasionally. Street Fighter 6? Oh. Oh, is it just Street Fighter? Street Fighter 6. Yeah, we're doing well? Nice. Good to know, good to know. How was Street Fighter? Got any win? Got any... Wait, did they... Is there like a higher rank now? Because last I know there's like Master Rank, and I think there's like another one? Question mark? I don't know. It has been a while since I last played Street Fighter 6 because ever since the update, what update again? The Rashid update. Ever since the Rashid update, somehow my PC cannot handle the game anymore. Like even off stream, it just sort of like crash constantly when I go to the battle lobby. So it's a little sad. A little sad that I cannot really play Street Fighter 6 now. Your PC struggles to stream Street Fighter 6, yeah, I get ya. Somehow I think they messed up something. I don't know, or they bumped up something. But yeah, it's kind of sad how I cannot play Street Fighter 6 anymore. There's an MR system, Master Rank system, or like points. Yeah, let me continue this one. Nah. Where's the thing? Hi. Found you. It's like master versus master, they have their own point system, and you take directly from the other person when you win. Oh, wow. It's more vicious now. But also it makes the master rank grind a little bit more meaningful. Because I'm pretty sure back then, when you lose, you don't really lose points. You lose points less than you get points. I think that's how I put it. I mean, I never been to master rank, but it is more meaningful. It's so scary if you have high points. Yeah, I'm gonna assume that if you play against someone who has lower points than you, like a lot more lower points, they get more points when they win, and you get less points when you win. The greater difference, less points the better player gets. Yeah, I knew it. So yeah, it is something like the killer rank in Killer Instinct, kinda, a little bit. It kind of feels that way. I mean, it do make the heckin' grind in Street Fighter 6 a lot more meaningful, at least, you know. You can tell that they put their heart into it. $1,685 points versus low points, 1,350 less than. It's +2 for a win and -14 for a loss. That is, yeah, that is actually very scary. So scary. But midnight, I'm gonna go get dinner. I'm getting hungry. Hope you don't mind a raid train. Yeah. You need din-dins too? Yeah, din-din sounds good now. Raid train. We're gonna get raid train. Okay. I assume if I quit mission, I can come back afterwards. I'm pretty sure I can come back afterwards. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah. This game is fun as heck. Oh, it's an early access. I didn't even know. Alright, cool beans? Here. Let me become big Kobokill. Gonna open up music and also find a retarget. Oh, thank you. My PC is dying. It's absolutely chugging when I open up a browser. All good. Don't worry about it. Everything is fine. Someone have the PC. I'm sure the PC is fine. Here, I want to listen to Kage. This is good stuff. GG. It's a good game. Thanks for introducing, Ultrakill to me, Tylra. Thank yous to the PC, also thank yous to you. Pinky! Thank yous to you too. Also welcome in. Whoa, that Daz is still streaming. Oh, baby is streaming. I don't know why the shower is not working anymore. I thought I fixed that one. Here, let me go check. I'm also saving up money to, one thing. I'm saving up money wanting to upgrade the PC someday. Hopefully soon. Here, let me check. Clubbot. Oh, Clubbot is open! No, SO is still here, yeah. I should restart. Oh, is Streamlabs not mod here? here, let me try. That might be it. Mod stream labs. No stream is already a mod. I'm just gonna restart CloudBot. RTX 5000, is that a thing? I don't know, I never really like follow the technical thing for PC. I think my latest knowledge of graphic cards, I think those what they are called. Graphic cards, maybe. 3090 something or 3080 something? I don't know, mine is 1060 something. And I think it's already pretty good. It's holding up pretty good as well. Yeah, I restarted CloudBot. Hopefully it works. We can rate Bailey. It has been a while. Gonna rate a fellow trans. There's actually 5000 but only in the news. Oh, so like in development, question mark? Probably, I don't know. Yeah, we can rate Bailey. Also tomorrow, I want to play Ultrakill, but also I want to play I want to finish Baldur's Gate. And also this week will be my last week of streaming for now until like September 22nd. Then I'll be back. I'll go on a small trip. I did mention this on Discord a few weeks back, I believe. I'll remind again once the time comes. The Vegas read? Ultrakill is not that long. Yeah, I figure as well. It's like Ultrakill is not that long. Alright, you convinced me. Ultrakill! I mean, I'm on the verge of playing Ultrakill anyway. Short and fun, super fun. Although not as fun when I'm in the water level. It's just personal prejudice, right? I don't like floaty movements. That's it. Right? That's why I don't like underwater levels, because it restricts my movement. I like my movement like snappy, and like when I click the button, then it's just like go there. You know, I don't like the floaty drag movement. Not what I like, to be honest. Especially for a game like especially for a game when I need to be precise and everything. I mean, you've seen the fights. You need precise movements. You need footsies and everything. And then underwater level is like, haha, no mobility for you, stupid. It's like, yeah, that's how I feel. Oh, I don't like it. But still, hopefully the underwater level is not that much. I can only hope. I don't know. Okay, let me plug things real quick. You don't seem to love floaty. I don't. I like snappy controls. Snappy controls. Yeah, like, I mean, the Doom games that I've been playing are quite snappy. They're very snappy actually. So like, if I lose, it's on me, you know, because I have full control over my character, but I still died. So that's on me totally. But when I'm floaty, I'm in the air. I cannot get down fast enough. I cannot be grounded fast enough. How am I supposed to move around and dodge things? So I don't like it. No floaty for me. Let me just summon Bernie real quick. Bernie!
I am once again asking for your financial support.
I have a Discord and well, socials. Dying Bluebird app. Actually, it's no more Bluebird, but it will be Twitter forever in my brain. Thanks, Pinky. Let me type the rate to Bailey real quick. Oh yeah, before I rate as well, there's like a small thing. I did try to change my channel username, but it just says that I cannot change it. It just says that the name is unavailable. Is it because there's another Tylra on Twitch already? I could try to cheat with capital letter I, but I don't like that. Tylra can be that rare of a name? Maybe not. I don't see Tylra, to be honest. There's Tylra, Tylra, Tylka, Tylrain, Tylramek. There's no Tylra. I cannot change it. What do you mean? Okay, let me see what the... Just do, but replace the name with Tylra. Oh, my username is Tylra? Use URL directly? Oh, yeah, okay. I get it. Wait, let me try. Oh, there is the exact same name. God damn it, ban this guy. Report channel. No, it's my exact same name. I cannot believe it. I mean, to be fair, I think Tylra is not that of a rare name. Maybe, I don't know. What am I supposed to do? Hi Nita, konnichiwa. Actually, konbanwa. It's nighttime. Will you change your channel name? Yeah. I guess I'll figure out a way to change it, question mark? Why the channel doesn't work? Sorry, I don't get, I don't know why, but here. I will do this because good beans. Very good beans. The bear. So that means that I cannot change my username, and I mean I can change my display name, I guess? If I change my display name but username is different, that's gonna cause so much confusion. Right? Like when people try to raid me and then it's just like wrong channel. I'm a little worried about that. Yeah, so long as that channel exists, I cannot change my name. Here, let me try. Username. The username is unavailable. There were a few name changes. What if I add underscore to it? It makes the name as... It doesn't make the name look good. But it... I don't like it. I hate it. Let me try it. Underscore. Unless you got a time machine, that content is unavailable. So Tylra underscore is in the book, I guess. Hi Roxas. I miss eating toast bread. Maybe gonna buy toaster. Wait, who talked about toaster again? I don't remember. Someone talked about toaster on my stream as well, but not you. And then now we're talking toaster. Now I want to eat toast bread. Grumble, grumble. Maybe I should get toast bread. I don't know. Toast bread good. But isn't toast bread like a morning breakfast thing? Do people eat toast bread nighttime? Nah, people can eat anything anytime. Yeah. Nothing's wrong with that, right? People can eat anything at any time. Toast bread with butter. Yeah. The blackcurrant jam also really good. I like. Why should it be restricted to a time? Yeah. I said that and now I think about it, it's like, yeah, nope. No food should be restricted to a time. And tartar sauce? I actually still don't know what tartar sauce like is. Tartar sauce. Oh, it's white. Oh, that's the tartar sauce? Oh my god. Oh, that's tartar sauce. I saw it before. Usually people put it on fish and chip around here. Oh god, this thing is absolutely wonderful. Ooh, I want tartar sauce. Can I just eat it raw? It's probably not as, you know, it's mayonnaise and a lot of things. I don't think eating it raw is a good idea. Just saying. But I kind of want to do it. Tartar sauce. Oh, that's tartar sauce. Oh, there's even a lady's choice. Raw works to snack the base then? Yeah. I don't recommend pairing with milk drink. Oh yeah, that's gonna taste so weird. I don't recommend that as well. Even though I never tried it before, but I don't think I want to. Sounds a little scary. just the combination in general doesn't. It's. Okay, I type in the rate. I'm ready to rate. Tomorrow I'll play more Ultrakill, and also before I travel to Kuching, the trip, which is very soon, on 14th of September, a few days after, I will do a short stream, just like inform a little bit. So I'll do a short stream on Wednesday night before I go to Kuching. Patrolling the Morjav almost make you wish for a nuclear shiny. Shiny? 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 Huh, shiny! Hi, Sia. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. We're gonna rate though. We're gonna rate Bailey. Boxen boy kisser pick when? Never. Like you've been, look, Roxas, you know me so long already. You want me to make a boy kisser pick and not a dragon or kobold kisser pick? Disappointed. I cannot believe it. You know me for years, and then you said you want a boy kisser pick from me. I'm sad now. I'm sad now, really. Cute Kobo? Yeah. This is also a Dirk. That's not a Dirk. I don't think that is. Is that? I mean, they have curved horns. Maybe? Maybe that's... I don't know. That looks like a kobold as well. A fellow curved horn enjoyer as well. Nice. Oh, is there a weaker beast? Boy kisses inferior, femboy kisses superior. Hey, I don't know. No comment. No comment. Okay lah, I'm gonna rate. I will go get some dinner. I'm getting hungry. Alright? I already typed in rate, so before the rate, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Know that you guys are loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable and very amazing. Right? Love y'all. Wiggle Beast explained. Ooh. Oh, it's by Beta Eta Delota. Okay. I'll check it out. Yeah, thanks for the pet. And here comes the raid to Bailey. Boom. Are we gonna steal Bailey? Patrolling the Mojo. Oh, that's the raid message. Alright, let's do it. Have a good rest of your day. Thank you, Seer. Same goes to you. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate all of you. Yeah, I'm using that as a raid message. Tylra the Kobold? The Kobold? I guess that works. Oh, if I change to Tylra Kobold, maybe. You know, just Tylra and then Kobo. That might work. Oh, Nita, that's brilliant. I'll think about it. Why am I getting bombarded by buckets? You don't even know how to spell my name, Roxas. Oh my god, I'm sad. The Fem? Tylra the Fem. I'm gonna cry. What are you doing? I'm crying. Stay hydrated. I will. Thank you. I will drink after this raid. Tylra. Tylra. That's so hard to pronounce. What is that? Alright, see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. Love y'all. Smooches and kisses. Bye bye.